All right, Wati. Good evening. Blessings, 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 everyone. Let me start all over. First of all, and the most important, is we have to give thanks to the Almighty for granting us this day so that we can come together in community, in brotherhood and sisterhood, and talk about the issues and fight for the issues affecting us, our community, and our beloved Jamaica and its people. Um, take it, everybody can hear me. Everybody can hear me. Well, everybody can hear me. Let me make sure. Okay, all right. Everybody can hear me. Yeah, because I was muted a while ago. OT have to send me a quick message. All right, good. Yeah, as I was saying today, we have last week Saturday we had some. Well, it's an ongoing issue. So Kevin had to step in this afternoon and try and help out. So hopefully, problem has been resolved. But if it hasn't been resolved, there's always tomorrow. So let me start off by bigging up all of you because we can't do this on a Wednesday night. We can't do this on a Tuesday night, right? I mean, on a Saturday afternoon. It's rough, right? Um, yeah, Merle, big up yourself, Merle. Yeah, me see where the Honorable Favor Williams. I'm going to go back and look at that thing because I saw a piece of it, and again, I was not impressed with this lady. I've never been impressed with her, and I heard that I didn't see the part where the Speaker of the House chastised her, but I saw the part where MP Bobby Montague asked a question about contractors who did shoddy work and who didn't finish the work, and whether or not the bill that they were contemplating should have a provision regarding that issue. And she really couldn't answer. Really couldn't answer. It's pathetic when you watch this lady. Pathetic. She doesn't have a presence. She doesn't have the presence of a leader. She, to be honest with you, she shouldn't be an MP. She shouldn't. She's supposed to go work for one of them um, consulting firms, KPMG, one of them firms, where she just work with numbers. Um, her interpersonal skills are very, very poor. She cannot communicate. She cannot think on her feet. Cannot. But we'll get to that. But anyway, Merlin, thanks for big up for bringing that to our attention. Elaine, big up yourself. Yes, indeed. Uh, J Master Songwriter. Yeah. Catherine Daly, greetings. Patel, good to see you, sir. Who else we have here? Carla, big up yourself. Bless up the family. Of course, Mr. Jeffrey Tavares, my dear friend and brother. Um, Macam fearless. Hey, I that him use a term then. I'm used to use that term then. Him and I him use that. Yeah, him use that term then and get not and cause some problems, But Jeffrey not here. Jeffrey I got just doing thing, But Jeffrey, blessings. Thank you for being here. Thanks for the support and thanks for the continued support. Jeffrey Warrell, blessings to you, sir, and your family. Big J64, hey. Mava, blessings. Ivan, good night. RJ, see me here. We are back at you. Joe Blogs, yeah man. Joe Blogs in the place, and you see him have him spanner, a spanner that, yeah. I'm a spanner, I'm ready, A spanner, what you call that? Never know. But him have him thing to get rid of people who come in and cause problems. Megawatt, yes, New Lots, Brownsville, East Flatbush, everywhere safe in Brooklyn because there. Miss Rita, bless up yourself. Barbara, Giwag, yes, good night. Neville, what you mean? Eddie, what you mean you can't hear me no sound? You can't hear me, Eddie? Everybody else is. Don't know what I'm going, but Eddie say him can't hear. Eddie, link me, let me know, link me in the chat, let me know if you hear me or not. All right. Owen Bernard, big up yourself, sir. Who else we have here? D. Henry. Hello. Yeah, Kevin is not here, but Kevin is here. Kevin, he's on standby. So if I need Kevin, I can just reach out to him. Nerine, good night. Kinsley, good evening. Iko, greetings to you and your family. All right. Is that it, OT? Let me see what else. Real black woman. Yeah, man. Big up yourself. Sibongele. Me there listen. Yeah. Me there talk. Sibongele. I still there. Good. Oh, from the UK. Thank you so much for tuning in, taking time out of your sleep time. Oh yeah, all right. Eddie, you can't hear me now. Good, 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 good. Yeah. People, Eddie, Neville Shackleford used to see place right behind me, huh? Eddie live right across the street from it. Or used to live across the street from it. All right, is that it? Yes. Yes, OT, is that it? Yes, that's it. All right. Good. All right, folks, listen. This is the program where you get to direct traffic, where you get to call in and state your claim, voice your growls, and I get a chance to answer you, hopefully in a comprehensive way that I wouldn't be able to on a Saturday, simply because of the content, and the way the program is scheduled. JP, big up yourself. But uh, on a Wednesday night, it's, I don't want to say it's free for all. Missy in the chat, Missy, big up yourself. It's not a free for all, but it gives you a chance to kind of like just call and you know, what I would like is for you to call and raise issues, you know. It's nice when people call and say, well, I Ratty, I do a good job and things like that. But I don't want to rest on my laurels. I want to be challenged. So I want to come up with things and ask me. Like I said, last week, there was a gentleman who actually called me and he said to me, I hope he's listening. And he said to me, Mr. Rattigan, to create a parish or a constituency, you don't need, what do you need? And I said to him, you need two-thirds of the votes um, in the Senate and in the House. And he said to me, why? And I said, because it's an entrenched provision. And he said, I don't think so, sir. And I said, well, do you research and then come back and we can talk? And lo and behold, he did his research and him shut me up. But he never shut me up. He educated me, because creating a parish like they're doing with Portmore is not an entrenched provision in the Constitution. It's just a regular provision. I don't even think it's even a provision in the Constitution. But what it requires is just a simple majority in both houses. That's all. To create a parish, to create a constituency. Because it's considered an administrative matter. And I tell you, I take my hat off to that man, because he not only did he just tell me, but he showed me the rationale, the basis for his answer. And he was absolutely correct. So again, sir, I stand corrected. And people, keep that in mind. To create a parish or a constituency in Jamaica, you don't need two-thirds of the votes in the House and in the Senate. And you don't need a referendum. All you need is a simple majority of both houses. And of course, the JLP, they have the numbers to pass that bill, and they did. So that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for, we want to come together and reason. We're not for fight, because again, the man never cussed me out or nothing. Him just simply said, Mr. Rattigan, look here, take heed, and I took heed. All right. OT want me to talk about a whole heap of things, Well, OT, where we should I start with to get the people? Big up yourself, Bonnie Jump. I'm saying me in trouble tonight. Yeah, town hall meeting. Look at that. The Prime Minister, Doctor, the most honorable Andrew Holness. He will be at a town hall meeting in Barbados this Friday from 7 to 9. on the Kayville campus of UA. I'm just hoping that somebody will have the gumption to ask him about his 28 bank books or bank accounts. I hope somebody will have the gumption to do that, because people in Jamaica are not asking. I don't know why. I lose half of my people then. Oh, Jeffrey says start with Dr. Ben and the vitamin. Oh, Dr. Ben, you have a yeah, Jeffrey Tavares run. I don't know what going on with him, you know. Him just there every week. Him coming man to ask him for talk. You know what? We could bring on Dr. Ben, because I think Dr. Ben has limited time with us tonight. And is that true, sir?
Yes, welcome. Thank you for having me. Yeah, man. Tonight is a night. I'm not in my natural home setting, so I came up to. I'm in St. Thomas, and something came up. I have to go back down, travel back down to Portland tonight. So I have to be here until about 10. I have to leave here at about 10.
All right, so you're talking about an hour and about 15 minutes. I'm going to bring you on then. I'm going to talk about the thing.
Yeah, man.
Not even. Who else we have with you?
But I sent out the link to the rest of the crew, so I don't know. I told them that. Oh, Chris is here. Wonderful. Because I told them, I'm sorry. Yeah, because I told them that I'm not in my normal setting, so I have to.
Well, look, whether you're in a normal setting or not, the information is going to be the same.
Yeah,
so the only thing is that time is at a premium. So what we're going to do is we're going to start out with you. So Jeffrey Tavares, Jeffrey Tavares is the unofficial producer for the program, you know, because he put there, he even consult with OT and just put in the anthem. It's like an instruction. Start with Dr. Ben giving us vitamins. So OT, producer, Jeffrey look like he want to take over your thing, you know. So you might have when you want to talk to Jeffrey. Anyway, folks, welcome.
Yeah, man. So it's good to be on, you know. It's always a pleasure to be on. Sorry for the sometimes my days are just so cram. You know, I'm trying to make better sense of it. But tonight I wanted to talk about an issue that I find. Are you hearing me okay?
Yeah, man, loud and clear.
Yeah, so I want to apologize in advance because I'm not in my normal settings, so my internet speed may not be what it's normally is. So I think you might have some glitches every now and then. But as I said, again, thank you for having me, and it's always a pleasure to be on. I wanted to talk a little bit about an issue that I see a number of persons come to us about, and it is poor circulation and swelling, especially swelling in the extremities. So I see a lot of persons that come to us with these issues. It affects almost everybody, but it is primarily limited to a lot of persons in the advanced age. We're not hearing you, Ratty. We're not hearing you.
You're not hearing me. You can't hear me now.
Hearing you now, yeah.
People, you see this gentleman here, Mr. Lebia, says one show. This man here, a very dear friend of mine. And Dr. Lebia, I want to welcome you to the program. He's listening all the way from South Africa. And I just want them to know that this gentleman here, Dr. Lebia, he is the functional equivalent of the FBI director. He runs the South African version of the FBI. A very, very dear friend and a strong supporter. And Dr. Lebia, and he don't use the term doctor, he's a doctor of laws, because I actually went to his graduation. And I feel so proud because when he graduated, he only invited his wife, me, and his driver. Just the three of us went to him. Yeah, so
very short.
Yeah, so Dr. Lebia, big up yourself, big up yourself, big up yourself. All right, continue now, sir.
Congratulations, Doc. Congratulations.
Yeah, man. So nice of it. Yeah, so I wanted to just talk about an issue that affects a lot of persons, and it is more so poor circulation. A lot of persons in their 40s upwards tend to struggle with this challenge. Again, I brought some herbs that I wanted to just share with persons because these again are some common herbs that persons will see and don't even know the medicinal benefits of them. These are herbs that are very common around the yard, and people see them and don't even know that they are very, very effective as a natural remedy in terms of swelling and in terms of poor circulation. So I wanted to talk about that. Poor circulation, we describe poor circulation as a condition in which the normal circulation of blood, nutrients, and waste are not being carried to the parts of the body that it normally should be carried to. Poor circulation typically affects, or mostly affects the hands and the feet, and especially the um, endings, nerve endings, such as the toes and the fingers, tend to be at risk. For persons who are diabetic, it's a common symptom among diabetics. And so persons who are diabetics are typically cautioned as to what to do in order to prevent um, developing wound, or wound that, if not cared for, can become serious and even lead to amputation. So poor circulation affects persons whose cardiovascular system is weak. So it's affected by the cardiovascular system, and it can be the result. Ratty, you hearing me?
Yeah, we're hearing it. We can't see it, but we're hearing
Yeah, the rain start falling and the power went, so I don't know if it's gonna affect the internet. I was telling you before. You know this in Jamaica, it just get dark a while ago. So I'm on video, but it's raining and the power basically went. So
it. We understand it.
if you hear any breakdown in the quality, then it's because the electricity just went. So as I said,
Don't
it
worry about it,
affects
dog.
the
Just continue.
yeah, so it affects the. Let me just turn off the camera since I'm in the dark. So it affects the cardiovascular system, and persons who have this condition, there are different factors that can cause it. In the case of some persons, it is damaged vein, and we could do a whole show on the damaged vein alone. But that is also one of the causes of poor circulation. Again, it can be constricted blood vessels, where the blood vessels become narrow and the blood flow becomes decreased. It can be plaque inside of the blood vessels, which also causes blood vessels to become narrow. It can also be caused by the blood vessels themselves becoming rigid. So there are quite a number of causes, but once you're having poor circulation, what is going to happen is that you're going to experience numbness and you're going to experience swelling. So if that is the case, then I want to share with you some natural things that you can do naturally. If this is your reality, you want to first of all make sure that you, as quick as you can, or as the earliest time available, you want to elevate your legs. You want to keep your feet elevated so that it helps with blood flow. The other thing that you want to do is you want to also massage, because most of the time you have this poor circulation. Blood is not flowing as it should. And in extreme situations, what happens is that it can lead to a condition where you have ulcers breaking out on the foot. All right. So what you want to do is you want to pay attention to this. You want to pay attention to your diet. If you are eating certain foods that are high cholesterol related, you want to remove those foods from your diet. Again, I'm using my phone, so I'm not able to see the interactions on the chat. So you may have to help me there to be able to respond to some of the possible questions that will come up. But poor circulation
Doc,
is a yes.
quick question. So I know you're talking about poor circulation, but a question that I think a lot of the viewers would probably want to know is this. What about if when you have poor circulation as a result of other things, such as like diabetes and so forth?
Right. That's you hearing me?
Yeah, man, we're hearing you.
Hold on. Hold on there. Okay. I'm trying to get an earpiece in so I can hear you better. Yeah. Sorry. Good. Are you hearing me now?
Yes.
All right. So in the case of poor circulation in regards to diabetes, we have to treat it a little differently because in that case, it is caused by your diet, or it is affected mostly, not caused, it is mostly affected by your diet. So you want to ensure that you stay away from those foods. Some people can tell when their sugar get high, they feel it because they feel a numbness in their extremities. So if it is caused by diabetes, it is treated differently than if it is caused by damaged vein, or if it is caused by the other causes that I talked about. Chris?
Yes. Loud and
Mm.
clear. I heard you loud and clear. Sorry, a message came in and
Yeah.
I was trying. I did a poor job of multitasking.
Right. So if it is that you're experiencing poor circulation, what you want is you want herbs that can increase circulation. So there are herbs that can increase circulation. And the herbs that increase circulation are what we call pungent herbs. So herbs like Gideon,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it's a good herb because it helps with circulation. Herbs like cayenne pepper, it helps with circulation. But as it relates to the cardiovascular system, I'm gonna ask OT to maybe put up on the first herb.
Yes, it's up. The guava leaves.
All right. So that is, anybody know that herb?
Um,
Guava leaf. Can
let's just from the somebody's asking me from the guava tree. Yeah, man. Everybody know the
yeah,
guava.
yeah, that's a guava.
Let's assume. Let's assume.
No, no, this is a herb that is good for not poor circulation but high blood pressure. Because it's an astringent, right? So this is a herb that helps with the guava leaf, misty brown. So this is a herb that is very good for the high blood pressure because it's a astringent herb. So it helps to contract the blood vessels, and it helps with lowering the pressure. It's also high in antioxidants, also high in uh, certain compounds that help with healthy cardiovascular function. So this is a herb that we may have taken for granted, or we didn't know that it was medicinal. It is a medicinal herb, and it has been traditionally used. How it has been traditionally used is that they normally tend to dry it. So you normally want to dry it, and then SSL. So what is the root cause of poor circulation? So there are many causes of poor circulation. As I said, that the root cause is, however, the blood vessels being impacted. So the blood vessels are either narrow or constricted, or the blood vessels have plaque built up inside of it. So the blood flow becomes affected as a root cause. So that is the reason why you want to get something to help you to either remove the plaque, um, or to help with the dilation of the blood vessels, So as I talk about guinea hen. Guinea hen is one of the very good herb because if you notice, guinea hen is also leaf good for high blood pressure. I used to see old people put it on their thigh head. Soursop leaf is good because it is a nervine. So it helps to relax blood vessel, which is why I put it to sleep. That's why it's a mild sedative because it's a relaxant herb. So yes, it can definitely help to lower blood pressure. So soursop leaf is one of those herbs you want to use. Um, but for poor circulation, what you want is you want herbs that work differently, that work oppositely. So you want to use herbs like ginger, herbs like black pepper, herbs like cinnamon, herbs like um, bird pepper, herbs like clove, herbs like turmeric. All of these herbs that are what we call pungent herbs that induce sweating. Herbs like bay leaf. All of these herbs that are spicy and pungent helps in poor circulation. And so you can combine them. You can use them in a combined way, or you can use them individually. All of them help to lower blood pressure.
Okay, hold on a sec. Erica, thyme has a question. Does it come in pill forms? Guava leaves. Erica, all form of medication can be found in pill forms. It's just a way to distribute it, you know?
Mhm. So it can be capsulated, yes.
Yeah.
And it can be taken into a tea as a tea form as well. But capsulation just enforces what we call compliance. It increases the compliance. It increases the likelihood of persons taking it. So those are some herbs that you can take. All right. Give me another one. All right. This herb. Oh my! The name is there.
Broadleaf.
Yeah, that's a broadleaf plantain, and there's different types of plantain. There's a narrow leaf plantain, but this plant is called the white man's herb. It's also found in Jamaica. Here, this is a plant that's very good for the eyes. It makes a very good wash for the eye. For persons who have uh, glaucoma, and for persons who have glaucoma, you can make a tea. Make it into a tea. Make sure you wash it. Make it into a tea. And traditionally, how they used to use it, they used to use it as an eye drop. Drop it in the eye. It's very helpful in dealing with high conditions. But for poor circulation, it's anti-inflammatory, so it helps with inflammation. It's mostly used and mostly noted as a natural band-aid. So if you have a bruise or a cut, this is a herb that accelerates healing. So persons with wound or persons with cuts or persons with bruises who want healing, this is a herb that's good for that. No weed that good night, everyone. That's it. So this is a herb that's also found in New York, it's found in Florida. The Indians call it the white man herb because that's everywhere the white man put them foot, this herb follow them. So this is a very powerful herb, and as I said, it grows wild. It loves cool, so it grows in like parts of Mandeville and parts of Clarendon, and the Ilia interior of the island. That's where you will find this herb. Parts of Trelawney, like Alberta, one of them places. That's where you will find this herb. It doesn't love coastal areas. It loves those high altitude areas. And that's where it thrives. So this is another very good herb for persons who are having poor circulation. You can make a tea from it. We normally use it to make a salve, make an ointment for wounds and cuts. It works very well for healing wounds and cuts. All right. So what causes the blood vessels to become clot? SSL. All right. So a number of things can cause it as well. Too much iron. So some persons who have too much iron may experience that. Persons who have damaged veins can also have poor circulation. Um, persons who have too much plaque, meaning that you have too much cholesterol buildup in your blood vessels that can cause the blood vessels to narrow. Persons who don't physically or don't participate in enough physical activity, they become sluggish. Then guess what happens? Your heart rate is always resting. And because your heart rate is always resting, your blood vessels don't get enough um, activity, or they don't get enough work to dilate and to contract and to dilate and contract. So over a period of time, the blood vessels become rigid, they become non-elastic, and that can also contribute to the poor circulation as well. All right. Another herb. All right. How many persons know this herb? All right. I cut out this one. How many persons know this herb? To the comments then. All right. Anybody know this herb? That's on the screen. All right.
Somebody said dandelion. Doc. Doc.
Yeah, I think the thing is signal. I think his signal is gone. All right, folks, I won't pretend to be. Wait a minute. Everybody's gone. No. Chris is gone as well. All right. Well, we'll wait for them to come back. But in the meantime, let's talk about some things that, yeah, Mr. B, they're disconnected. Let's talk about some other things. Isaac Buchanan, he's supposed to join us along with Ishmael, one of his campaign persons. They're doing a benefit of sorts this Saturday, and they're gonna come on and talk about it. They need your support, so I'm asking you that whatever you can do to provide support for whatever they're doing out in Portland. I think it's Portland East. Uh, please do so. But I'll let them talk to you about that. Now, we have people might ask, why is it that we have so many people from the opposition on the show? And one of the reasons is that people from the government, they don't want to come on. We constantly invite them. Believe me, people, every week, we reach out to uh, government members, and we ask them to come on the show to explain certain positions, and they just don't want to come. And I've heard it from very good sources that they will not be coming anytime soon. In fact, a very, very strong supporter of theirs told me that they would rather have me just go low with the program, don't talk about what's going on in Jamaica, talk about entertainment and some other distractions. And then after the election, then I can come back and I can talk about this, because they said that they need another term to complete the job that they started in 2016. Well, that won't happen. Simply won't happen.
You
So
probably need to go on somebody else's program
yeah,
and
well,
ambush them.
they don't. The thing is, I'm here fighting for the people of Jamaica, and I'm saying, listen, come on the show and explain your position to people. We're not going to attack you. The program is called Reason with Rattigan. So you come and we can have a discussion. But the they they don't. Oh yeah, calligraphy. You're right. In some instances, they've been told not to come. They've been told not to come. And the thing is, I've reached out to ministers. I've reached out to their minions. I've reached out to people whose job it is to come out in the press and talk about these things. That they're afraid. The gentleman who's in charge of communications for the party, Marlon Morgan, he told me, he said, I saw him jumping all around different programs. And I said, hey, listen, why don't you come on my program and then come and talk to the people? And he said, well, I work with a team. I have to get the go ahead from them and blah. And I said, okay, all right, fine, no problem. He said, I'll call you back. He didn't call me back. I called him and he said, yeah, I'm going to get the go ahead and blah, blah. And I haven't heard from him since. So I'm just saying that if you see people from the opposition coming over here, don't think that I'm only inviting people from the opposition. I'm inviting people from the opposition. I'm inviting people from the government. I'm inviting people who are independent. I'm inviting anyone who has something of value to add to what we're doing. We ask them to come and share their ideas, and sometimes test their ideas, because sometimes you have an idea and it's not you might think it's completed, like it's fully baked, and then you come over here and you find out that no, there are some things that you need to consider. So, and also you come over here and you might be able to educate us, because a lot of times you hear people say that we have half of the facts or we're misinterpreting the facts, and we say, come, and if we're confused, come and deconfuse us. Come on and let us understand what's going on. But they won't come. So this week, Saturday, we're going to have on a gentleman, dear friend by the name of Lawman Lynch, Lawman. He's running for city council in New York, in the Bedford-Stuyvesant area, and a Jamaican. He has a lot to say, and we have the time to listen. So he's coming on this Saturday. He'll be talking. We'll also have on Katie Knight's daughter. I think she's a candidate for the opposition in the upcoming elections. And so we'd like for her to come on. She's confirmed already. So we'll have those two people on. Last week we had on Dr. Vereen Shepherd, the historian. And a lot of you wrote to me and said, we would like to see her again on the program. I've spoken to the good doctor and she will make an appearance. I've also spoken to or communicated with Dr. Rosalie Hamilton. She just did a piece on the Babylon system in Jamaica. Very interesting, having to do with the Constitution. And she will be on, I think, next week. So we have some powerful guests lined up. And we ask you, if there's somebody that you would like to see on our program, then all you have to do is just let us know. And if you have, if you're in contact with them, then you can simply ask them if they would like to come on, and we will accommodate, because we don't turn away anyone, at least not on the first try. We don't turn away people from coming over here and expressing themselves. No. While we're waiting for Dr. Ben and Chris to come back to continue with the herbs, we did something last week that we haven't done in quite some time. We opened the phone lines. Granted, it was only for about 35 minutes, but it was well worth it. We got the phone calls and we got the comments, we got the questions, and it's good. What we did before that, and it's my fault, I take full responsibility, was that we were taking phone calls between segments. So we would have a segment, then we'd take phone calls on that segment, then we'd start a second segment, and we'd take phone calls, and it was disjointed, because you couldn't keep track of the time. And how our people, when we come on to ask a question, we don't see it as that. We see it as a time to make a speech or to deliver a lecture. And that's okay. That's who we are. We're very expressive, and we just can't just come on and just boom, ask a question. We have to give the background and then give the history, and then we ask the question. So that's why this program uh, came about. Came about as a result of that, having, not having enough phone calls on Saturday, because somebody would come on, and even though you would tell them, and for me it was difficult to tell people that hurry up with your question, because I know that people have a lot of things that they want to talk about, and this is a chance for them to vent. It is a chance for them to bare their souls about things that are bothering them. So that's why we created this program. But on Saturdays, we will now open, well, we started last week. We will now save the very last hour from 7 to 8. We'll open the phone lines and people can call and you can talk. We're still gonna have to impose some time limits on the call, because we don't want you to come on and just, take advantage of the time to the detriment of others who would like to call. Syndication. OT would like me to talk to you guys about, and we mentioned it last week, Saturday. As you know, I don't keep track of these things. Kevin does. Reggae Global Radio does. Reason with Rattigan is now shown in Jamaica on Richie B Radio, and I think there are like another 3 programs, not in Jamaica, in the US, that carry our program. So it's going far and it's going wide. So Don James would like to see Raga Shante. Yeah, I know Raga. I'll ask him to come on. I'll ask him. In fact, I'll ask him before the program. And let me just write it down here. Ask Raga to come on. All right. So that's where we are with Reason with Rattigan. New format. So from 3 to 7, we will discuss all the issues that we can with all the guests that we have. And then from 7 to 8, we will listen to you. We'll take your phone calls. What else? Oh, Leslie Campbell, that criminal, the one who was found guilty of violating the Integrity Commission Act. He's up for sentencing. And although we're keeping the story front and center, I would be very surprised if the judge decided to impose a prison sentence. I would be very surprised. You know why? Because there's a case that was decided last week. Member of Parliament Marissa Dalrymple Philibert. We're going to do her case again this Saturday. And we're going to show you the lies that she told the Integrity Commission. And also, the Integrity Commission is to blame because they could have charged her for lying before the tribunal, and they didn't. And I'll show you my question to them and their answer to me. They didn't. So, but we're still fighting. We're not giving up. We're still fighting. And if this is the best that we can get out of our justice system, we have no choice. We'll take it. But it's much better than doing nothing and just letting these people do whatever they want to do. So, Leslie Campbell, criminal, convicted criminal. We'll see what the judge has in store for you. But I'm hoping and I'm praying that it's not the same judge that decided the Dalrymple case, because that judge, she, despite the lies she told about that Mercedes-Benz and her connection to it, and many, many chances she had to amend her statutory declaration. Her attorney, I think something is wrong with him, or he's just trying to give the impression that he's doing something to earn his keep, to earn his salary. But he made an argument saying that the Integrity Commission Act doesn't have any provisions that allow for parliamentarians to make corrections to their statutory declarations once the declarations have been submitted. That's not true. That's not true. And I'll show you this Saturday. And this lady, she had several opportunities to change her statutory declaration, to amend, and she did not. But as somebody said to me, says Jamaica, if you're looking for justice, look outside of Jamaica, because you won't find it in Jamaica. We'll also talk about the DPP and her case that I brought against her. And Roland from the UK, big up yourself. We brought the same case against her with the GLC, and we're going to show you her affidavit and her assistant affidavit. And when you read them, you're gonna just shake your head and just say, Jamaica is not a real place, as people said. It's just, and they don't even make any pretense. They don't make any pretense of trying to be fair and just, and no.
Hold on a second.
Mm-hmm.
So Rattigan, all right.
Yep.
So power went there, like a bag of things went on with Doc. So I have him on the phone. All right.
Yeah.
Hold on, Doc. So this is what I want you to do. OT, can you put up the last one? All right. So Doc.
Yes.
All right. I want you to talk to them about the knobweed.
All right. So the knobweed.
Hold on a sec. Let me do a sound check. Sir, can you hear me? Well,
Yeah.
can you hear
Doc?
All right, cool. Go ahead, Doc.
So the knobweed.
Mm-hmm.
The knobweed is known in Jamaica as bachelor's button. So the common name for it is bachelor's button. And this is a herb that is used a lot in folk medicine. So it's one of those herbs that is used a lot in folk medicine. It is used for when you have bad foot. So when you have a wound that won't get better, and you go to the folk healers. Let me use that word. Let me use that nice word. You go to a folk healer. Most of the time, when you get bad foot, this is the herb that they will give you a bath or bathe the foot with, because it helps to heal wounds. But and it's used along with another herb called madam sin. So this is a herb that has a long history, spiritual use for those people who have bad foot, wounds that won't get better. If they go to their spiritual healer, their folk medicine healer, this is one of the herbs that they use a lot. So it's called knobweed. We call it bachelor's button. It can be taken internally, it can be used externally. It's very good for wound care. It's very good to heal a wound. And but as a tea, you can use it if you're having poor circulation as well. So this is a very good herb to use in that respect. I don't know if anybody, if there's a question there.
No.
Okay.
All right.
So, and it's found in a lot of yard all over Jamaica.
All right.
So that's a knobweed.
OT, can you go to the next one, which is the shoe button? The one with the purple berry.
Right. It's called shoe button. And for many people, it's considered to be an invasive weed. It's a herb that's also prevalent in Florida. Most of North America find it. The berries are edible, but too much because of how powerful they are, it can cause a toxic effect. The leaves can be used to make tea. They are very, very, very strong astringent. The berries high in antioxidants for persons who have compromised immune system, cancers and stuff like that. you can only drink about an ounce of that juice. So the juice is very, very strong. You can only drink about an ounce of that juice. But the leaves are very good for high blood pressure. And it combines very well with like a fever graft. If you have high blood pressure, you can combine that in equal parts with fever grass, and it helps tremendously in lowering the pressure. As I say, it grows invasive. So if you plant one, because birds eat the berries so much, in about a year or two, the whole yard full of that plant. Makes a nice edge, but that's the show button iris here.
Okay. And I think it was one that was outstanding. There is one plant here that, hold on, that's the last one. It's the name of the.
I want them, so I looked at the show button.
We did the guava leaf. We did the broadleaf plantain. This is the one that looks like
Oh, look like a fern.
Yeah, serrated edges along.
Yeah, that is the same of maiden fern.
What's that?
Maiden fern.
Maiden as in virgin maiden fern.
Yeah, MAIDE and maiden fern.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a herb that we give it to people. It's very, very good for high blood pressure, and it's also featured, for its very long use in traditional medicine. It's an astringent, so it helps with, the roots can help with worming, with parasites, but the leaves are very good for lowering the pressure as well.
How close is that plant to? Is that plant by any chance related to parsley?
No, not at all. It's a fern.
Okay, because based on the look, somebody had suggested parsley. We do have someone here that says what's good for scalp psoriasis.
Scalp psoriasis?
Yeah.
Right. So there's a herb called day jasmine. You can look it up. DAY JASMINE, day jasmine. It's used a lot in India. It's found here in Jamaica, and it is the most effective herb against psoriasis. And when I say effective, I mean if you use it as an antibiotic, you're gonna get results almost immediately. It's very good for psoriasis. It's very good to make a soap or to make an oil or to just get the herb and just the green herb and just like wash it in the water till the water turn green, and then just bathe the person in it. So if the person has psoriasis, that's what they can do, and then they can leave it to dry on them skin for about half an hour, and then they wash it off. Yeah. It helps to heal the skin.
Let me put in the scientific name. Cestrum DIURNUM. All right.
Yeah. Yes, you can type it, but it's called day jasmine. And that's a very good herb for psoriasis, and also good for eczema as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So that's a herb that's good for that particular condition.
Understood.
Right, so that's maybe all the time I have for tonight. Sorry about that, guys. Hopefully next week I'll be in my natural habitat, natural setting. I don't usually leave my house on a Wednesday, but something came up and I had to leave. I wasn't able to reach back in time.
Understood.
All no worries, Jack. No worries. We'll talk soon.
All right, then. Take care. All right, then.
All right.
Any means necessary to get the job done,
Right. So we have here, I don't know if you want to get involved in some of these things here, but these are not political topics. These are topics of interest to the Jamaican people, and people just tend to, whenever they can't answer the questions, or they can answer but they don't want to, because it's going to betray their true position. They say, "Oh, it's political. It's political," and then I will say to them, "Okay, tell me what I'm saying. Show me where I'm wrong." Because they'll say, "Oh, blah blah blah." So show me where I'm wrong, and they can't point to, you know, especially the stuff where I put up something on a document on the screen and I said, "Here's my proof." They can't argue with it, so they brand me as a radical. They brand me as dangerous. They don't brand me as a rebel, though. I am a rebel. So they don't go down that road with me. But Usain Bolt. No, lots and lots of conversations regarding SSL and Usain Bolt. His money
Right.
is, what is it, $12.75 million. And once the scandal broke, they found out that instead of 12.75 million dollars, he had 12,040 something dollars in the account. And his attorney issued a issued a demand letter. And a demand letter is simply that. It's just demanding something from someone.
Show
And
me the proof.
yeah, and it went to the SSL people and it said, in 10 days we want the money. We're demanding the money back. And if we don't get it in 10 days, then they'll be held to pay legally. That was 2 years ago. And up to now he hasn't gotten a cent. And now he's raising Cain about it.
As you
I don't
should.
think he's going to get that money back in Jamaica. I don't think anyone in Jamaica is going to give him 12.75 million US dollars. I don't think so. Nobody's going to hand him a check in Jamaica because the spotlight is going to be on that person. So either he's not going to get any money, or if they're going to give him money, they're going to give him money under the table. They're going to try and maybe give him a piece of property, deed it to him. But that's going to be public record anyway. But they don't, whatever they're doing, they don't want it to be public. They don't want it to be publicized. They don't want it to see the light of day where people can start asking questions. Where did this money come from to pay him? So he's not going to get any money. So the only way he's going to get money and he's going to get justice, he has to come to people like me, where we can sit down with him and we can talk him through the facts. And then what we do is, once him sign the representation letter, then we move on and we actually get things done here, because nothing is going to get done in Jamaica, because Jamaica, it's who you know. Here it's a bit different, and especially given his stature. Given his stature, I'm telling you, the FBI would jump at the opportunity to investigate something that occurred negatively to the icon. They would jump at it.
As well
So,
as it, as well as leverage too.
as well as leverage. So, icon, wherever you are, Australia, Europe, I don't know, wherever you are, if you're listening to the program, or somebody who is connected to you listening, I'm asking you to reach out to him and tell him, just call me and we can start working, and tell him that all is not lost. It's lost in Jamaica, but keep in mind that most of that money, that SSL money, most of that money that those guys took, money is not in Jamaica. That money is outside of Jamaica. And keep in mind that people don't walk around with millions of dollars in suitcases any longer. They don't. Especially when you're traveling. They don't. It's all wire transfers. And once you do a
Yeah.
wire transfer, it's permanent. It's not going anywhere. It's there. They can't erase that. You can't take a erase and just erase it, or say,
Well, Sir Rattigan, I disagree with you somewhat in the
"Mm,
context that I believe both will get back at the very least a significant portion of his money, if not all of his money. That's not what worries me. What worries me is who is going to pay, because he raised some very poignant points. Like, one, this Jamaica has to save face at this point. It's a body system, so it's, we know it's not one per. It a scam of that magnitude is not a person that did it. It's a group of you need. There are so many checks and balances that are in place that one person can't work by themselves. There has to be some form of collusion. So I really and truly just worry that the ICAN can get back your money, but at the taxpayer's expense.
No, because remember, he will not get it back from taxpayers' funds, because if you recall, the Prime Minister himself said no money is going to be used to bail out SSL to pay off their debts. No money whatsoever, zero. He said that. So we're gonna see if he's gonna be, if
He
he's
also
gonna.
said things about the desalination plants.
Well, that's true, but the thing about it with Bolt, it's gonna be difficult for them to justify having taxpayers pay off $7.5 million that went to people with whom he's associated with. It won't work. It simply won't work. And nobody in the only way, like I said, the only way he's gonna be able to get any money out of Jamaica, it has to come from the consolidated fund. So the taxpayers' money is going to have to pay him. But that is not going to happen, because think about it. The Prime Minister knows these people. He's done business with them. Both did business with them. His money vanished. I know the Prime Minister is going to say, okay, we're going to take the money from the taxpayers to pay Bolt. It's the optics. The optics just too bad. Just too bad. I don't think he's gonna do it. I think Bolt will not get a dime out of Jamaica. I think Bolt will have to come to the United States or UK or Canada to say to the authorities, listen, particularly the United States, to say they use your banking system to funnel funds that they shouldn't have. And many crimes were committed. And so I need help. I need you to go after these people. And believe me, he will get the assistance. And that is the thing that will make them cringe and have sleepless nights. If he's in Jamaica saying, "Oh, the government, I'm holding you responsible," and blah 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 blah, nobody's losing sleep over that. But I guarantee you, if Bolt should ever say, "I am going to the United States government because I believe that their banking system was compromised by wire transfers from SSL to wherever, and I've lost my money as a result of that," I guarantee you they would have started having sleepless nights.
Yes, but this is my concern. If you are in a position whereby you're stuck between a rock and a hard place, either face the ire of the Jamaican public versus Uncle Sam looking into things, because I'm sure that both money is the least of the problem if the FBI starts looking into that, And at some point you have to pick a side.
Mm-hmm.
If you were the one under the fire right now, I'm telling you, the eye of the Jamaican public seems a lot easier to deal with than Uncle Sam.
Mm-hmm.
I
But
think that there's gonna be some benevolent person that's gonna step up to the front who's going to float that money and hand it over to both as some form of gesture and whatnot. And something will be worked out in the back end.
all right. Look at what Zolita. Look at
Zolita,
what Zolita said. She's like, it's not Bolt alone. So if you're going to pay Bolt out of the consolidated fund, how about the other 200 investors?
yeah, but that's the thing. But a bolt of them problem.
Yeah, but here's the thing: if they pay Bolt, they're going to have to pay those, because listen, those 200 investors, they would have the same standing to bring the lawsuit as Bolt, except that Bolt
Name.
higher profile person,
Yeah,
and then, but they could use Bolt. They could use Bolt
as
to
a
bust
proxy.
this argument. Yeah, to say, listen,
Like a class action suit.
yeah, and
Type
they
of
said
a,
they paid him, but they didn't pay us, and they still use a banking system.
mark my words. Some wealthy Jamaican is going to step up to the front and pay Bolt just because he's the icon and
Mhm.
saving face, right? Which gonna sidestep the next 200 plus things, and they're gonna work something out. I'm not
Well,
saying it's gonna be successful,
mhm. Well, here's Andy saying, Ratty, you can't bring a case based on what you think. Andy, if anybody who knows about the FBI, it's me, not you. I worked there for 30 years. And when I tell you that Bolt can get the FBI to investigate this matter, trust me, Andy. All right? Just trust me on this. I don't know what you're trying to do. If you're trying to stir up some controversy by the comment that you make there, but I have little tolerance for people that, in fact, you know what, Andy? I don't like you. You're gone. Yeah, I don't like. We don't tolerate idiots on on this program. We tolerate people who are willing to learn. But when people come with nonsensical statements, then we just get rid of them.
I don't
Um,
think them understand what the FBI mandate
well,
is, and I
well,
don't think them understand the connection that we sure the money that they are Jamaica.
no, the money
We
is not in
sure.
Jamaica. No,
And
the
the
money is.
easiest way, the easiest, is it's somewhere or the other tied with some US financial institution or a British institution or
Mhm.
whatnot. Because if you're in Jamaica, you're not going to necessarily send your money on the other side of the world where you have no connections or no ease of getting there and so forth. So that money is definitely in. I believe that money is in North America.
Of course. And how did it get here? It didn't get here by suitcase. It got here by wire transfer. And so that's all they have to do. Just go back and look at all the wire transfers, and that's easy. All of these things are computerized. All of these things are secured. When I say secured, it's not something that you can go in and you can manipulate. It's there, right? So what I'm telling you, no Jamaican is going to, out of an act of beneficence, give both 7.5 million US dollars. None of them going to, because you know why? The spotlight is going to be on them. Like, wait a minute, where did this money come from, and why are you stepping in for SSL and giving him this money? Oh,
I'm
you
not worried about. I'm not worried about. And I don't think they're worried about where it's coming from. As you said, the bigger question is the second question. Why are you doing it?
yeah, right. Why are you doing it? But they're also going to ask if it's somebody that nobody knows about, right? Nobody knows about this person. Just some anonymous person say, I'm going to give Bolt 7.5 million. People are going to ask, who is this person that can afford to give Bolt 7.5 million US dollars? I mean, I would be asking the questions, and then I would be looking at that person as well to say, wait a minute, where did this money come from? How you get 7.5 million? So it would have to be somebody who's established in the community, in the country, somebody who's like maybe a titan of industry. And then the question is gonna be, well, why are you paying Bolt because of the SSL debacle? Why? So there's going to be a problem there. Years later, them to tell them for reach out. The computers that went missing. Well, Rover, that's a good point. Evidence is gone. But here's the thing: the wire transfer evidence is not gone. It's there because they wire transferred it and it hit the system. And if they can't track it in Jamaica, they can track it overseas. So they have two ends that they can track it. So that money that left Jamaica, um, the computers, yeah, they have evidence, but in terms of collecting information regarding the money that left Jamaica and went someplace else, because I'm telling you, if there's a wire transfer, it touched the American banking system. I'm not
ACH.
asking. Yeah, I'm not asking you. I'm telling you, it touched the American banking system.
ACH. You're
So
not getting around that.
what Paula is waiting on. Now, for those of you who don't know, Paula Llewellyn, I'm talking about people like my friends in Africa, Asia, and the Middle East. Paula Llewellyn is the DPP. Um, she's the ultimate prosecutor under the Constitution in Jamaica. She can start criminal cases, she can take over criminal cases, and she can terminate criminal cases before judgment, except with military cases. And her actions over the past several years have left people scratching their heads because it doesn't seem to be in the cause of justice. And there are several cases, and she herself admitted that she's worked with tampered juries. What a thing! And she still has her job. We don't know the tampered juries, if it resulted in innocent people going to prison, still being in prison. We don't know, but that's another story for another day.
Or being acquitted.
They are being acquitted. Yeah. Yes, Alita. Yeah, I saw the video of him being interviewed about his money. But the problem is that Bolt is interviewed by people who can't help him. Those people, with all due respect, uh, if you look at if you look at the questions they ask him, if you look at their position and what their ability to do certain things, they can't really do anything. It's a talk shop, right? It's just to entertain and inform, but nothing. If you ask those people who interviewed him, what have you done to ensure that he's going to get his money back? The answer is going to be nothing. We give him the platform. We gave him the platform. He spoke about it. Millions of people heard about it, and that's it. And that's our job. And to be frank, they'll tell you that that was our purpose.
Yeah.
We're not there to investigate or do anything like that. We
It's
just
just to kick up a storm.
right,
I think both was very intentional when he went on that interview. To for the spotlight, and that is going to fuel his next move. I'm sure that move was. I'm sure that interview was calculated by his legal team as a
right,
way forward.
right.
You know.
Um, the big J64. Yeah, I have to talk to the producer about getting Dr. Johnson on. It's something that we've talked about for quite some time, but it would be a feather in our cap to have him on. Very informative, very knowledgeable, very personable guy. Some people might consider him controversial as well, but look, once you have opinions like that, strong opinions, you're gonna have people on the other side who
So
gonna consider it
any,
controversial. It comes with the territory, so that's no big deal. Um, all is being stored in the database. You must know the data. I don't know what Peter Flynn is trying to say. I don't know if he's saying that the information is there, but you must know what you're looking for, because that's easy. That's easy. There are programs that can in seconds they can just pick out from millions of transactions. They can pick out the transaction that you want. I worked with a big data analyst, and she had three screens. And I remember one time she was looking at hundreds of thousands of transactions, and she was looking for one transaction, and she found it. One person, three screens, the database, whatnot, and she found it. So yeah, and some people might be impressed and find it remarkable. Um, I don't, because I've seen the capability of the U.S. government. I've seen it firsthand. So these things, finding a needle in a haystack, is just common practice. It's nothing here. SSL saying Dr. Knight. No, it's not knife. Oh, SSL knife. Knife. Yeah, I'm gonna reach out to him. Okay, real talk. All right, real talk. Yes, we need to get rid of you to real talk. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, man, real talk. All of you who want to be dismissed from the program, you can come around here and talk all your nonsense, man. We'll get rid of you because you have nothing to offer. And it's so funny, they have nothing to offer, yet they want to come on and talk all kinds of nonsense. So, would I advise Bull to get a private investigator? I shouldn't have to advise him to do that. That's something he should have done way 2 years ago when his attorney made that statement. His attorney should have had a private investigator on board at that time. He should have. So, um, so the DPP. Let me talk about the social indigent housing program. That program where you come into the program with your land, the government, they build you a, one bedroom, two bedroom, and after they build the one bedroom, two bedroom, when you die, the house and presumably the property, they go to the municipality, and then the municipality will select another indigent family to occupy that space.
Oh,
Now, what do you think about that, Chris?
that's robbery, man. that's that's land grabbing, in my opinion. That's land grabbing. There, I think sometimes people don't realize that these people are the con is always the long is a long term con them have. It's a long term con. And when I say con, I don't think it has anything to do with any who's it doesn't matter who is in power because it's gonna benefit those with the pockets to do this thing. And I am of the opinion that they're all working as one. You know, that's just my opinion. But it's it's sheer and utter wickedness.
Mm-hmm.
Leave him in that board structure then. Him survive so much years. And if the
Yeah.
people and if the people signing the contract knew the fine prints, they wouldn't sign. But at the end of the day, somebody a negotiation, I tell people all the time, is a good negotiation is when two people leave the table somewhat displeased because I never get everything I want, you never get everything you want.
Right.
Because my goal is I want the most at the least cost, and it's the same goal, vice versa. So at the end of the day, the law is going to, when it comes down to it in a court of law, they sign a contract, right? I'm just hoping that the, through programs like yourself, it can highlight so that the next person can be like, hold up, let me take a deep dive into this thing
Right.
because it's legal robbery.
Um, for our friends watching us from Africa, the Middle East, Asia, Europe, and the Caribbean, who are not familiar with the indigent housing program, it's a program where you have to register and there are some requirements you have to meet, and you also have to have land. And the way it's laid out, you must have land, and then the government will come on board with you, build a concrete structure. You'll sign an agreement with the government. You'll occupy your land and the structure put up by the government. But when you die, during your lifetime, you cannot rent that structure. You cannot transfer that structure. You can't sell that structure. You can't extend that structure. If your family size increase, you cannot increase the size of the structure. And when you die, they come, they take your family, move them off, and they'll replace your family with another family. Who, by the way, where is their land to come in the program? Because they're supposed to build a house on the land that you own or you have access to. So, for those of you who are not aware of it, it is a very, very draconian policy. It's evil, it's wicked. And to tell people that you're trying to help them by providing shelter, decent housing for them, and then once that person who signs that contract, once that person is gone, then then your family has to leave. And I don't know where they're going to put your family. If they're going to keep them in the program until another place becomes available, then they move them, which doesn't make any sense in the first place. Can you keep them there? But that's the point. That is what they're doing, and it's as Eco said, it's very restrictive, very evil. And I've sent an ATI access to information request to the government, simply asking for them to give me a copy of that standard contract that they issue to these folks. Because I guarantee most of these people signing this document, you see them smiling for the camera. They don't know what they're signing. They have no idea what they're signing. They're signing away their land. And you know why we know that they're signing away their land? Because think about it. If the idea is you
Give me a
provide
sec, Sir Rattigan.
sure.
Some commotion going on in the apartment building. I was gonna say.
Okay. All right. If the idea is you provide the land and we build the structure. But when you die, we will only take the structure. ISAT, big up yourself. We will
Nice.
only take the structure. Yeah. If the idea is we will only take the structure, then what about the land? The people who are going to occupy the structure. If they say landowner or relatives of former landowner, the person who owned the land and is now dead, his family, they still have access to the land, but the house belongs to the government. They can put whoever they want in there. Now, how the people who they put inside of that house, how are they going to get to that house? Let's say it's a 5-acre plot or 2-acre plot. How are they going to get to the house? It's nonsense. What they're going to do, force you to give an easement so that people can use that easement to come and go as they please? It's nonsense. Anyway, folks, we're joined by the erudite Isaac Buchanan, our friend, our brother, the institution himself. Oh, by the way, somebody interviewed in the ISAT. Somebody interviewed, I won't call any names because they're actually watching the program, but they interviewed Ms. Beverly Manley, and she was just over the moon about you. She adores you. She adores your stance. She adores your stance on education, particularly because she said it reminds her very much of her husband, her ex-husband, and she likes your style. She likes everything. She just love our eyes at gone to bed. So I just wanted to show that out to you. I don't know if it will show up in the article that's been written, but I know she was interviewed for an article, and the interviewer told me that she's a huge fan of yours. Huge fan of yours. You're muted.
Good night, all. I'm saying I'm honored for that because I have met her and I've seen her in several spaces, and I have been given the opportunity to be tutored by her to enhance my speaking ability. Because you see, I am not able to scream and shout like the politicians yet and say, and tell them so no for God. And I can't put up my hand long enough and sound like a raving mad animal. I don't get there yet. Give me about another 10 years before I can just sound like a incompetent idiot. But anyway, but I appreciate that, and my stance on education is something that I'm passionate about. We need to bring Jamaica back to a place where the dumbest child is the brightest child in the world. We are far removed from that, but I'll just leave it at that. And good night, all.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
If we are to regain our position as being an educated country, as it once was, we're
Yes.
going to have to teach students. And it goes without saying that in order to teach students, you're going to have teachers.
Fix that.
I'm sorry?
You have to fix that.
Right.
You're going to have teachers who are paid properly. So you don't have to have teachers who have to sell in the evening and plant in the night and doing odd jobs to survive, to do what they love.
Mm-hmm.
So you're gonna have teachers who are paid properly.
Okay. Passion is a big thing, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
When someone is passionate about something, they go above and beyond. So.
Yeah.
Now, what role will, because the way I see the problem, it's a multidimensional problem. It's not just the government not paying teachers properly. It's also parents not taking responsibility of the educational lives of their children.
Mm-hmm.
How do you plan to fix that one?
Parents not responsible for the education.
They're not helping. Yeah, they're not. Like when I was growing up, my mother and father, they made sure that I did my homework, and if I was struggling, they would say, "Okay, we have to get you some extra classes." Or what? They took an active interest in my educational welfare.
let me defend those parents. And there's a repetitive argument coming from parents who say, "Me can't read and write, so boy, go take your book." And parents who balling out right now because of Pep saying they must send home homework and me can neither read, write, count, add. I'm simply a farmer. I'm a fisherman. I sell in the market and I cannot help my child. So there is an education system that has to account for the lack of education for so many years. The dissemination of information and facilities like Jamal, whether it exists in some form, is not there to facilitate the realities. We actually have an education system that if you miss the opportunity of CXCs, you're out. Forget about hard trust, NTA, and all of that. There's nobody telling people that it's okay to fail all of your subjects and everybody will climax at another time. So there are actually people who believe that even when it comes to tertiary education, that you can go to school at 34 like I did. And I could have a whole conversation about my experience at 34 because the 21 and 22-year-olds was like, old man, shut up. They were saying that all the time till I entered Mr. Law and beat them and became the first Mr. Law. Show them what old man can do. But just that in terms of participating and learning the realities. So I'm not ever going to put education and the responsibility of education on parents. Because if everybody don'ts, there has to be a first. And we have some of this Fair Prospect High School in Portland Eastern. They call it the Dunn School. For that reason and that reason only, I've adopted that school. And I'm going to make haste to tell you what I'm going to do. Ensure that the next time you hear about that school, they're going to wonder what was the turnaround. The teachers aren't the problem. They don't even have desks and chairs. Does the Ministry of Education with our nice, fancy, fluffy hair, did she tour that school? Does she care about that school, or Campion is the standard for her in her bubble? So I'm never going to put it on the parents because you want to have what's best for the future of Jamaica. And the future of Jamaica is in the hands of everybody. That's what Section 6 of the Child Care and Protection Act says. You have a duty to report. And I'm saying that a lack of education amounts to child abuse. That's how high I'm taking it. So I walk into Portland and the first thing I see is parents. You don't have to be rich, but the parents up in Portland, no matter what class they are, upper class or lower class, have to find money to pay the MP to purchase water because of the water problem. So that means if you have to spend $9,000 for water maybe 2-3 times a month, guess what then? You're not going to be able to buy a tablet for the child. And I genuinely believe it is impossible to learn in 2025 without having electronic devices. And after coming off of COVID and saw the disenfranchisement of young children, students, primary and secondary, because of lack of technology and internet access. And they use words like the same thing they use for the missing money in the ministries. The students are not found, like them escaping nearby bushes when they do their statistics. It has to be, the blame is put right at the feet of government. So when they do these fancy budgets and they don't include technology. So let's not talk about smart boards. Let's talk about computer labs, smart desk, technology everywhere. If you can have fridge with a tablet built into the fridge, then you see where we are. We are in the Jetsons age. But Jamaica stuck at Flintstone. So my mission which is not a political mission, is to ensure that every child in Portland Eastern have a tablet. And then you will understand when I get the calls from St. Anne, Montego Bay, Westmoreland, begging 2 tablets for my grandchild, begging 2 tablets for my children, you realize that there is really a technological deficit. So if we're talking about education and what education looks like, I am interfacing with you and your guest via StreamYard, a platform where I don't need to take a plane to see you. Where this is not an audio call and there are people watching and interacting in real time using technology. And some of them are being assisted by the same children I'm telling you need tablet. And the granny said, come here, come type this. So me can say Jamaica has majority technology desert. Fruit depend, me not say you can't do it, but I'm making the point that people we understand, and it could never be that we want everybody who suffer from Dorothy Lightborn syndrome. Remember her, the Attorney General that couldn't send an email? Well, appreciate that we cannot depend on parents. He's laughing. We cannot depend on parents to who can barely, we buy smartphones, and if you're as dunce as me, I buy the iPhone and the Samsung S23, 4, 5 right through and replace them. They all look the same to me because I cannot use the technology beyond making the call, whether it be video call, press and move, but I'm doing nothing spectacular. The children are the one. And when I hand out these tablets and they turn on these tablets, if you see how they download, they find internet, they 3, 4, 5, and they can access their favorite YouTube. And if the parents aren't putting on the child protection thing,
Problems.
is
My 4-year-old,
yeah.
He cannot read. Anything that's written, he says a message. He knows it's a message. He said,
Right.
Daddy, there's a message on it. Where and back to your point, Sir Rattigan, like his mother and our 4-year-old son and our 8-year-old daughter, and them go to school. Then 2 times a week, they go to this program here called Kuman, not cheap. And then every day them have homework except Sunday. And we have to find a way. Yeah, and it's burdensome, it's tiring, and it's 2 people balancing that. Now, to the persons who are saying that the parents should take more of a proactive role in their child's life, cool. And we're gonna assume that the parents can read and write and can even actually help with the homework. Cool. But what about the parent who has to work nights? Because remember, if income not coming in, the kid's not going out, right? In terms of money and so forth. Or a single parent, she have 2 or 3 kids, and from dusk till dawn, she has to be working, hustling from one job to the next. Or it can't just be her responsibility. Yes, she has a responsibility, or him have a responsibility to play. But at the same time, the government, the education system needs to do its best before we can start thinking about the shortcomings of those parents.
All right.
You know,
Well, I'll tell you what. Isaac, let me segue to one of your purposes for being here tonight. ISAT has an event this Saturday, people. We have 200 people, 200 devices tuned in right now, watching, listening to us. And I want you to listen to what ISAT has to say. You've heard about the tablet program, the tablet drive. But there is something else that's going on. And it's happening this Saturday from 7 to 9, I think.
7 to 10. Yeah.
7 to 10, sorry. And I would like for you to support this event. I'm asking you, I'm beseeching you to support this event. It's a worthy cause. Isaac, as you know, has been a brother. He's been a favorite of this program long before he entered into the political realm, way before that. And just because he's in the political realm doesn't mean that he has lost the common touch to talk to people. In fact, I think it is even helping him now where he is because he has the experience, he has the knowledge, he has that common touch that he can reach out and talk to people in a way that they understand and they gravitate to him. So he has something going on this Saturday. I'm going to step aside and let him talk to you about it because we need you to support him. Isaac, go ahead, sir. Oh, OT,
Yes.
put up. Can you put up the flyer, OT, please?
So we can, and when you finish, I have a question for you. But
Sure,
do you
sure,
think?
sure. But let me
No, man,
start by
after.
okay. But let me start by saying while the thing goes up, February 22nd, that's this Saturday, we're having a pay-per-view event on Coda Network. And I'm speaking to the diaspora now. So it is for you to download or go to the website codanetwork.com, thecodanetwork.com, and download the stream for $49.99. All proceeds from the download goes in aid to purchasing tablets for the children of Portland Eastern. Now, a tablet is about $100, and a company called Geotech has bought into the tablet drive and says every time somebody purchases a tablet, we will provide one. The goal is to get to 3,000 tablets. I'm happy to say that I think it was yesterday or the day before. Yesterday, I was on the Mystic program, and I was at about, my tablet count was at about 800 tablets, not counting the ones that Rattigan has sitting down and not sent to Jamaica yet. I'm scandaling you. And but after that, the count was corrected, and Ishmael did indicate that we are at 1,000 tablets. So I'm thankful to the diaspora who has been very helpful in getting to the 3,000 mark for this particular project. It's ongoing, and the ultimate goal on the 22nd is to raise funds to accomplish the 3,000 mark so that every single child, I don't care if you're in a household and there are 6 children, it's not one tablet per household, but every child is to experience electronic autonomy, technology autonomy, have their own tablets to interface with and use their imagination to increase their learning. That is the objective. My hope is when this is completed, we'll have the conversations about complete internet access. And you know, I'm a Starlink guy, so I don't think that all of this thing about whether the phone companies can provide the internet. I think that what Starlink is doing is government can find ways to ensure that internet is in all communities, and internet, especially for children, should be free. But I can't even say put it in the community centers in Portland Eastern because government has abandoned the community centers and they are not up and running, and there's no true spaces for the children. So I'm just asking everybody at this point, I'm not even for the purpose of Saturday for anybody to purchase a tablet, but simply download so you can watch the event. The event will have entertainment. Artists will come and support the event, including myself. I will be performing at the event. I am a performer, just in case you didn't know. I'm an artist too. I'm not just a boring lawyer who happened to go into politics. I have talent. So you can't mix me like those who don't have talent. Anyway, and I
You never
just
fall far from the tree.
never, son of big youth. So talent is there, even if I never tried. I don't see I haven't seen the poster yet, Will. So my pitch is not as
It's
beautiful without it.
it's it's coming up. It's coming up.
Okay,
And let me
okay.
just say that, folks. Isat and his dad will be guests on Easier Sunday with the Rebel.
Yes.
Not this Sunday, not this coming Sunday, because it's every other week, not the following Sunday. About 3 Sundays from now. So I said you have plenty of time. So about three Sundays from now. 3 Sundays from now, he'll be on. My dear friend Patrick, who said, why must Bolt get back his money from the consolidated funds? Patrick, I'm not saying he should get any money from the consolidated funds. In fact, I'm arguing against it. I'm saying don't let the taxpayers pay him back. No, the people who took his money, they're supposed to pay him back. And in addition to which, they're supposed to go to prison. That's what I'm arguing.
As you raised that, Ratty, I don't know if you knew, tonight it was discovered that the property owned by SSL was gifted to the daughter-in-law of the Vaz family.
Oh, see? There you
This
go.
was at the time when property was not to be transferred. So when the justice minister was urging his his parliamentarians and his government officials not to disclose to the Integrity Commission
No, we know why.
this was doing, and then your finance minister was saying, deal with the information in the report sparingly, paraphrasing. But anyway, as time go by, they say like sand through the hourglass, so are the days of our lives. So I
Right.
will be having the Eastern Portland Cocktail Gala, and it will be at the Spanish Court Hotel. That's where the pay-per-view will be live streamed on Coda Network. So there are persons who will be physically in the space, about 250 people, and we will have the art auction, the human auction. So I'm putting myself on the auction block, whatever that looks like. But there's one person from the diaspora who tell me she's coming to Jamaica and she's going to purchase me for millions of dollars. So I'm looking forward to that. And although disclaimer, context matters, although it is Black History Month, this is one time that you can bid
Hey,
for me. I
hey,
have a brother named Zambo, who they say is a lot nicer than I am. So he's one more on the action block. Big youth, you're gonna have to sit this one out. And I
I
have
see.
another brother called Peter. I tell you now, when you can get him for $7.99, that's cheaper than the street.
I said that adds texture to Rent a Dread. So
Well, if you ride like lightning, you crash like thunder.
Listen,
And all of these, I tell you,
listen.
So,
Don't,
Germany,
don't
at this point, I
spoil
want
the
to
brand,
say
you know, Isaac. Don't
to
spoil
my
the brand.
to my German empresses, Bumble
Don't,
German beer. I just want
don't
to
spoil the
put that
brand,
action.
please.
yes,
Please.
but the
If I'm
man,
the length of mine, my journey has been shorter than yours. Don't spoil the brand.
the man,
But
flashing dread on the ball head, but that's okay.
Yeah, Uvex.
but
Yeah.
quick question. Isaac, if you
I don't know if you can put up the other, if the producer can
Yeah.
put up the other, the stream, because I want the information up there. Go ahead.
All right, let me
are
see.
you finished on this topic? That's it.
Well, when the stream goes up, but I can't answer because it's just to put the stream, and I'm waiting, I haven't seen Tony from Coda Network say that even one person tonight have purchased the stream for $49.99. So that's why I want the other artwork to go up so that it can be clear how to go about purchasing the stream for $49.99 US. And if you're in England, it's about £25. If you're in Canada, it's about 57 Canadian dollars or something like that.
Okay, it's going up shortly.
All right. Well, what was your question,
I
sir?
just sent it to your OT.
Okay. Oh, by the way, the name is Chris Byron.
Yes, please.
Quick question. So I import like medicinal herbs from Jamaica, right? I get a
Right.
lot of my products from Portland.
Yes.
But in terms of, I know for the longest while, Jamaica, the government, whoever is in power, has always had a focus on the beaches, tourism and whatnot. But what about like health tourism, right? Because people don't realize how much of a treasure trove Jamaica is in terms of medicinal herbs.
Yes.
Roughly around between 70 to 80% of the herbs found in the world can be found in Jamaica. And some of those herbs are indigenous to Jamaica. But I don't see where past governments deem it important, especially Portland, because Portland has such a wide topography in terms of it's basically it's a rainforest, you know,
That is true.
where any industry has been created in terms of how can we do this? Because I can tell you, people in the world want these things from Jamaica. It's not only just the traditional cash crops, you know.
No, I agree with you, but I'm going to tell you something. The current administration, the current government, they don't even like the Maroons. So see, I have in my hand here what is known as the Royal Maroon herbs. I'm just showing you some medicinal. I don't know what you mark it when you get it. So the maroons, Moortown maroons and Accompong maroons, they have traditionally, because of their indigenous nature, just like the Africans, have recipes passed down. So when you talk about medicinal tourism, that's exactly Portland being the first of everything and having tourism. There, that's what we need to go back to. So it's not about hotel and beaches. And I can tell you, in Portland, certainly, this government already take away Blue Lagoon. You can't get access to Boston Beach, Winifred Beach, every beach where you think of, they take it away. And so we have to think in terms of just what you're saying, introducing persons to what is actually there, which is the indigenous history, the medicinal. People used to say, which is derogatory when you think about it. Nanny used to catch bullets with her derriere without knowing the history that the Maroons had
Maximus.
medicinal powers. Gluteus maximus, yeah, otherwise known as the booty. But anyway, they had the medicinal herbs, and they had curing capacities. So there are persons. I can't remember the doctor. It's Rattigan's friend, a friend of mine as well. But he's always speaking about his medicinal.
Dr. Ben.
Dr. Ben.
Dr. Ben, yeah, and he's in Port Antonio.
Yeah, I know. He's definitely a colleague of mine, man. He was on the program earlier, but we had problems.
Just know it is a real thing. So those people out in the diaspora that having all kind of illnesses and ailments and things dropping off and falling off, and if you're like Ratty, you can't get the long hair like me again because those days have passed. There are medicines and herbs to cure all kind of things. And so I'm agreeing with you to say that it's just a matter of capacity and competence. And I say prideful and proud to know that the government of the day, they lack all of that. They talk a good talk, but they're it's famine on the land, the valley of the shadow of death of ideas. And so while they sit and wait on the manifestos of the People's National Party, just know as you raise that that is definitely something on my agenda, because the biggest asset for Portland is the people and the tradition that's passed down to that uniquely situated space.
My question to you is this. Now, I'm
Yes.
gonna play, it's not even devil's advocate. I'm going to speak from the perspective of a member of the diaspora, right? Jesse Royal has a song that says, you know, from a government standpoint, it's only when you're in the opposition they care about us, right?
Yes.
And I know this is your first go at politics, I understand? Yes. But quite frankly, for most people, there's really no big difference between the PNP and the JLP, apart from one has more socialist stance and one has a more capitalist stance, right?
Yes. Yes. Okay, I'm seeing the.
One of the problems that we, and I'm sure you have observed too, is that there are certain politicians that I like there are no retirement age for politicians. It's like it's a you have that job until you die. I am excited when I hear people like you talk because you represent new blood to us,
Yes.
right? And we just hope it is our intent. I don't want to put you in a spot because I trying to walk a very thin line. You know what I
Yes.
mean? Raising a concern, but not like throwing blame at you or the PNP and whatnot. But you have seen our history. You know, do you? All I'm saying is that I just hope as a whole, just like how you're passionate about your constituency and
Yes.
the way forward for the Jamaica government, Jamaica, because we're all citizens there.
Yes.
Jamaica, though you were passionate about um human rights, because it's not even about. I was going to bring up the cartel issue, but it's not about that. It's human rights and so forth. I just hope you never ever lose that spark nor that accountability, because we have seen this played out before, and then a couple of years down the line, what they say, absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Yes.
I am not saying this is where you're going. I hope you understand because I'm trying to choose my words and
No,
wisely.
no, but I'm gonna ask you to exercise your freedom of expression and not
Yeah,
choose words. As
yeah,
a as somebody who is auditioning for a job of a public servant, which is identical to that of the butlers, the maids, and the gardeners. I don't know who tell politicians that they were more superior than that. Um, I want you to appreciate that I hear what you're saying loud and clear. But my
yeah.
response
Because
to that
good.
is years ago, I had a conversation with the next Prime Minister of Jamaica, that is Mark Goldie. And when he called me to chair the Human Rights Commission, he said everything that you said to me. And he says, I know you might not want to do it because politicians have a bad name, but the human rights chair is independent. So you could speak out. And if you didn't like what was going on, regardless of which, whether it is the PNP itself, you had the platform and the freedom to speak out. Yes? It is that same conversation when I was chosen to be the candidate. I'm running on a human rights ticket, a human rights platform, because there are some serial constitutional breachers who don't care about the human being, that wants to change the constitution and change Jamaica to a republic so that it serves them. But I want you to appreciate that for me, there is something called an internal locus of control. Accountability, transparency, integrity. These are the hallmarks of leadership. And I don't know how people can lose it at any time. But I can tell you this. I fireburn fake press releases, fake morality, and selective morality, because there are, when it comes to universalism, that is what we are supposed to always deal with. Right is right and wrong is wrong, if it, no matter which side you are on. And you should never sell out your integrity. And I will say, because I cannot be bought, it is the people first. And that's why they call it People's National Party. And people will be reminded. So I'm just responding to that to make it be known loud and clear that I make it. I always stress this: Jamaica is unique. Jamaicans are unique, and the people are the most important commodity and the essence of Jamaica. And if you protect the least among us, I think we'll be a far way ahead in the future.
Cool. But
Still waiting on somebody to give me one download from the www dot coda network. It's just just that they don't have to play it. www.decodanetwork.com or www.codatv.com. It's a pay-per-view for a purpose. I am the host, or it's with me. and it's building a brighter future for Jamaica. And I really want persons to go to the website or download Coda, and it's $49.99.
People, we need some support for this
I
thing,
just
man.
need 11 people, just 11 people, and you would have made my night tonight.
Yeah,
Saturday is the event, and I would appreciate that.
we have 239 devices
And
tuned
I'm
in,
only
right?
asking 11 people.
I just need 11. I'm gonna put it up back again so no can see.
But don't play. I think it's the wrong one you have up, but that's why it's
Okay.
moving like that, because I sent you 2 of them.
It's 2 of them you send me.
Yeah, man.
Let me
So
go
if that's
down.
the wrong one, let me look.
Send me the right one then.
Oh, let me send you the right one, because maybe that's what happened. Sorry about that.
All right. And folks, listen, we're going to open up the phone line because some of you get antsy right now and start text me and say, hey, why not open up the phone line? We have questions we want to ask. And you're absolutely correct. The phone line is almost open. Oh, you just sent it to me, I said. Okay. All
Yeah,
right.
that's the correct one. See if that one can come up. But if you have family in Jamaica and you want to send them to the event, we have regular tickets 15,000, VIP 25,000, and VVIP 50,000. Come for the cocktails, all kind of liquor if you like to drink, finger food, all the niceties, and you get an elegant evening, dress up, bathe. Rasta don't really like bathe, but we go a river from time to time. But yeah, I go bathe for the action. So I'm not gonna look rough and dirty like me look right now. Yeah. Just for this Saturday alone, I start to go bathe. Breaking news.
People, 240, it just went up, 243. We need a dozen people to support this thing. And if you didn't see the banner before, we are going to put it up again. But we need that. By the way, the phone line is now open, so you can call and let your voices be heard. Again, you know the rules, people. We don't tolerate. We have no tolerance. I was not even low tolerance. We have no tolerance for indecency and people when come around here and try to insult people and all that. You call if you want to learn, or if you want to have us provide us with some kind of education so that we can learn. But the idea of coming on and start carrying on, I had to remove 2 people tonight, and I have no hesitation in removing more.
Shout out to Missy Bram Bram. She's the first one.
All right. Call up.
Yeah, brother Ratty. Blessing to you, Isaac, and special guest.
Yes,
Listen, how is Coda? I wanna download the app.
Yes.
I wanna purchase the app. How do I go about it?
CODA.
Isaac, you're muted. You're muted, Isaac.
If you download the app, you can purchase the stream from the app. You'll see the same flyer, and you click on it, and you buy it.
Yes, sir.
Yes, blessing. Okay,
Yes.
blessing to Isaac and Isaac.
Yes.
I hear you loud and clear. But I go on your page and I can't see where to download the Coda.
All right, so which device you're downloading from? Because what I want is, if you're going to purchase a stream, you go on the www dot. You don't download anything. You just go first on the www dot. Hold on, let me just tell you.
OT, if you can put up the one I just sent, I just sent you the last one from Isaac. If you can put that up, please.
Okay, because right now I'm in Florida here, and I'm on tuning. I see you over. I see you over the other side a while ago, so I was tracking you. So it seems like I'm following you all over, but
that's fine, man.
At the blessing. All right, so good.
All right, so first thing you do is you go www.thecodanetwork.com. So www.thecodanetwork.com. When you go on there,
Coda Network.
Hold on. www.
All right. So
network.com.
And if you can get 2 more people for even join in,
Hold
you
on.
know what I'm saying?
It's
yeah,
it's
yeah, yeah, man.
Decoder Network, right?
Yeah, work
Yes.
on it. Yeah, work
Yeah,
on
work
it.
on it.
OT, I'm putting it in the chat.
All right.
Blessing.
Yeah,
Blessing back.
and looking at the chat, Chris, I will put it in the chat so you
I
can
put it in there already. I put it
It's
in
in
there.
the chat.
All right.
All right.
That better.
All
But
right, cool.
Mr. Ratty,
Yes, sir.
you said something about the FBI. But remember, you got one new chief of the FBI.
Yes.
Tell Mr. Isaac, him friend put man there. You don't know the FBI is not the FBI as first, because you remember them are fire people and you have to take loyalty tests. So
All right.
we don't know.
All right, my brother. Me making
All right.
All
All
right.
right.
Cool. All right, bless
All
you.
right. Father, good night. Welcome to Come Reasons Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Philadelphia.
Look, Miss Philadelphia, I hope you sign up for the coda thing, you know. Please.
I will talk with you, Mr. Rattigan, on that.
No, you don't have to talk to me. Just go on and just sign up on the thing. All right. No, you can't talk to me now, but the sign up thing you have to do. All right.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes,
Mr.
I'm talking about Bolt's situation and the money.
Yes.
Mr. Rattigan,
Yes.
I believe it's time that the FBI come into this situation. It's just talk and it's just talk and it's just talk going on. Time for them to come and do some in-depth investigation. Mr. Rattigan is the first in the history of Jamaica. So much money has ever moved so fast through the system,
Yes.
like it had wings and fly away.
Yes.
Mr. Rattigan,
Yes.
I am wondering if Bolt's lawyer knew all these things, if he was privy to things before, it coming out, example like SSL being given as a gift, and other sensitive things around the situation with Bolt. Because to me, I might be wrong. His lawyer look naive to things, just sit there and just waiting to hear something. And up until this point, he has heard nothing that would be beneficial to the situation, except that you guys have been digging and digging and digging into it. And also, I am thinking too that by now Bolt must have heard that someone like you and others trying to reach him. Why is he not reaching out if he really wants his money? And I'm wondering if his lawyers telling him, no, don't go that route or whatever. Because we know the corruption in Jamaica and it's hard to get justice. And I'm thinking then, I wonder, we don't know. I'm not going to say it happened. But because of the corruption in the system, and we know how some lawyers behave when it comes down to money, if by chance, mark you, I'm not saying it happened, but by chance, if money was run or it was bought out, because I can't understand something like this, and he just sit there waiting, and he's talking, his talk has no weight. It has no way to say, okay, my client needs his money, and I am not going to stop until my client gets his money and all of those things. No pressure is being applied right there from him. I want Mo to just move away from that and move through the system where he knows he will get justice. He's sitting back too long. Give me a while, let me say some stuff, Mr. Rattigan, explain some stuff. I'm also thinking there are other persons within the USA and might be other countries have money in SSL, for sure. Why are these people not speaking up and come together and form a group? Whether, well, they might be saying to themselves, oh, they don't want anybody know who they are to identify themselves. But look, sometimes we have to put some stuff behind, move forward and move through and lean into it. Why are they in the back? Why are we not hearing anything about those people? Right. So we're only hearing about Bolt. They don't want their money either. Right. No, Mr. Rattigan, it's time that something happened. And before I come off the phone, Andrew Honest must not run for office under this corruption. This corruption is not on no surface, it's in depth, and this big nose man must take away himself. He must come out. Me not understand them and you know. Him not leave by free will, you know. So we have to go make him come out by force, Mr. Rattigan. More pressure must be applied.
Okay. All right, Miss Philadelphia. Hey, Miss
Thank
Philadelphia,
you.
before you go, look on the screen. You see the
All
screen,
right.
that thing.
I will.
All right, I'm
Thank
gonna
you.
hold it to it. I hold it to your promise. All right, listen to my answer now.
All right.
No, the idea is the FBI must come in. The FBI cannot come in and conduct an investigation in a foreign country unless invited to, right? Because you have all kinds of sovereignty issues. So somebody in Jamaica will have to say, FBI, we need you to come in and take care of it. However, the FBI can conduct a foreign investigation from the US. And I've seen it done. Doesn't take much, except that somebody has to bring this to their attention. And that's why I've been reaching out to the icon. 2 years ago, I reached out to him and said, look, give me a call and forget about the demand letter. I mean, yeah, you send the demand letter. It's perfunctory. It's just routine. You send the demand letter, but don't expect anything from the demand letter. But if you really want your stuff done, link up with me and my team, and we will deal with this thing where you're going to get back your money and people going to go to prison. And he did not respond. I don't know if he got the message. We're still making the appeal because it's not just him. It's a lot of investors. And you had asked, and people in the chat have asked, what about those people? We haven't heard anything from them. It's true. We haven't heard anything from them. No, I've heard that. I don't know how true it is. Maybe I shouldn't even say, but I've heard that some of the people who invested in SSL, their money is not so kosher. And that's why they can't come out and talk about it, because questions might be asked as to where did this money come from? And that question is going to be asked. I mean, if I were conducting the investigation, that question would be asked. You put in this money, where did this money come from? So that's why some of them, and this is what I've been told, that they're afraid to come out publicly because their money, came from questionable sources. But the FBI issue, that's an easy one. Somebody has to contact the FBI and solicit their assistance. And the best person to do it is Bolt, because of his stature, because of his accomplishments, because of his popularity. He's still, even though he's retired, he's still a popular athlete. They would love to jump on this, but for some reason, the man has decided to let his attorneys run the show. They sent out, and I've said it many, many times. They sent out this demand letter, no response. It's been 2 years, no response. It's about time now that Bull said, look, I have to do something. And this idea about him not wanting to hurt Jamaica, it's nonsense. It's nonsense. If you want to help Jamaica, that's what you should have done, because it would have gone to the heart of some of these corrupt elements in Jamaica. And you could have gone a long way in terms of addressing some of these problems through your loss because of your name and your accomplishments. But the fact that he come out publicly and said, I don't want to hurt Jamaica, it's hurting Jamaica. So you might as well go all the way and get back your money. This is not, I mean, if you don't want to hurt Jamaica, then don't say anything. But if you come out and you don't want to hurt Jamaica, it's foolishness. But we shall see. We shall see. People, let your voice be heard. The phone line is open. 667-369-8569. The ticker is at the bottom of the screen. You see it going across. And on the screen, we have ISAT's event for this Saturday, February 22nd, from 7 p.m. until 10 p.m. Caller, good night. Welcome to Humrees with Rattigan. Where are you calling from? Hello?
Pleasant afternoon, Mr. Rattigan.
Yes.
I'm calling from Connecticut. I'm here again.
Hey, listen, before you go no further, because it go already, you're there on your soapbox and the stage are yours. But say I sort of a thing up here, and I want you support the thing. Right? I want you support it. So look on the screen.
I said I'm a boss, man. I just tell my daughter, say, I go buy her a ticket for she go and shot them about she no want go cause too much money. I say, no, you have to support it. And that me I tell her, you see me?
Me see you. So see what code that they write I say no. So the thing where you do and you pay for the stream, you know. So if she don't want to go, you can't pay for the stream. So I want you to commit and to me and tell me say you go do the stream thing, please.
So me say all right, yeah, I'm now all right. See you have the WhatsApp. You have a number, me WhatsApp you. I mean, I know if you do it, but me just send you the money and you do it for me.
No, I said you
See the same thing I tell you about technology.
I send the money to ISAT and on the street scream it for somebody, but me that just contribute. Me that, you understand?
right. So here's what me I'm gonna ask you for the know. Here's what me I ask you for the know before you go no further. Want you contribute one tablet and contribute to this thing. Yeah. So we are look at what 150 we are look at. Come here say you sit down on a whole heap of money up in a candidate cut there, you know.
Oh, what tell you that? Don't me tell you that, Mr. Rattigan. Don't listen to you, no. You need to America 1 year good year. But that's not America. But that's not
Connecticut.
anything for ISAT. ISAT, I'm a lawyer, that you know. Anything from a lawyer, number one in the world, and me not for son.
Make them know. Make them know.
Ishmael, I'm a JP. Me have to support you. What do you say? You think me I left out a phone league? A phone league, me have to stay there. Them half of me, you know. Them half of me, you know, because the way I burn them out, you know, them half of me, they all my life, start there, burn them out, and them just report me and kick me out. Boom, off a TikTok.
Well,
So,
no burn them out yet. Hold on, before you burn them out, make the contribution. Talk to your daughter. It's Coda Network. See it right on the screen.
Tell your daughter, say. Tell your daughter.
yeah, I'm just let her to tell her to come off of my phone, come here for call you, come here watch her go on, and tell her
All
to
right,
come off
so
of my
make
phone.
sure.
So I tell her, me not send her the money, me I go send, me I go WhatsApp you. WhatsApp you, say WhatsApp number there, I send you the money, you give to somebody, and then give somebody who need want to go.
All right.
All right, we can buy a ticket for somebody for them to come, man. Not a problem.
Where's that
We
Ishmael?
can buy a ticket for someone to come.
Where's the Israel?
We can buy a ticket for someone to come.
You hear what him say?
No, I'm not hear him.
Him
In
say
my
you
mood.
must buy a ticket for somebody to come.
Israel, yeah, I see him out of move, but I not hear him.
Yeah, him say buy a
Really?
ticket for somebody to come. By the way, you see the WhatsApp number on the screen. Don't send the money to that number. You know that money they don't hook up to a Zelle or nothing like that. So no send it to that number there. All right.
Send it to the GoFundMe.
Yeah, Mr. Stevenson number, and I have, so who me can send the money to?
No, man, you're going to send it to a GoFundMe account.
Yeah, all right. Get the GoFundMe account.
Yeah, man, I'm going to put the GoFundMe account in the chat now.
All right. You want to know? Ishmael, I gonna put the GoFundMe account number in the chat. So they write this so you can put it. And everybody, the GoFundMe account number going in the chat, so you can just tune in on that, making a contribution. Who want this event to be a success?
Yes, and that me I tell you, no support the thing because no see what go on. You hear Val's wife say, and me go and do it after them left school, them go them and me go Isaac show us education and the key. No support the children, support the child. We need it to extend more and more. And if every MP can do Isaac, bro, Jamaica will come back to a better Jamaica. Because PMP is the education and labor rights are selfish better than education. So education we say right now. So the support the thing, when they're not joking on a pram push thing, I said I show and say, yeah, the youth from the ghetto can come out to be something. You understand? All when them not try bring him down, him come and turn the one of the great. Imagine you see him both are the same thing right now. I see him league. Eh? And then take you same money. Right now, Mr. Rattigan.
Yeah.
The property. We are talking about the property with the SSL. When we just watch our next live and I'm show you the document say this property gone over to Val's daughter-in-law and Val's daughter-in-law brother. Who are going to become of that? Right now, Jamaica should not depend on a riot now. Tomorrow, the people should have come out and block the road and make Andrew Holness like knows the him. Office take down. Election of color, Andrew Holness upon a ballot. Andrew Holness to step down him and him big foot wife and the manners. You saw she did with favor last night in the parliament. Then for step down and for come down. You
And
understand?
that is why,
Government, them a criminal.
Carla,
Long-term terror like him at the next to call unapologetic and scoop on us
Carla,
dirty Rasta boy. Him fi come down too.
Carla, and that is why, and that is why, and that is,
I said, nice to see Rasta and it's a dirty shit up, but face boy, Rasta boy. Hey, me not like them, me not Mr. Rattigan, them are wicked, you know. They don't have mercy for poor people, you know, Mr. Rattigan. What Mr. Rattigan?
Carla,
You know what many people are free, you know what they know? And you always build up the police force to make the people them scared. You know, say riot and things that are going already. People that come out and demonstrate. But the people them afraid and look how hungry belly batty face police boy they were down there where bully people like the government. You understand? So that's why people don't want to come out. Them afraid to go out there, but the people don't want to go there. But right now, when we see say building down over Val's family them and Val's family them own SSL, we need to come out now and say, yo, the people them need their money. And Andrew Holness have to step down like tomorrow Andrew Holness will step down.
Yeah. What on it?
Carla, all I have to say, that is why.
Ishmael, you put the information in the chat?
Yeah, I just did. I'm not sure why. I just put it up. I'm not sure why I'm not seeing it.
All right, text it to me. Me put it tonight. All right, text
Okay,
it.
no problem.
Yeah, me sending it to OT for put up.
Put it on the private chat. Like OT, take it from there.
Yeah, put it on the private chat on OT. OT, Ishmael, I'm gonna send something on the private chat for the GoFundMe.
I will tell you say I make money. I may have no lot of money up here. I will tell you that.
No man, you sound like you have a will for money. Nobody not tell me nothing. You just so no.
No. Me not only for money. We just do what me can do. What me can. Me just can. Me just come out of one surgery too. So.
Greenwich you live with her.
But I look at that. I find me there when me go on and need emergency surgery. Cause me did that Jamaica. You know, say Jamaica that meet me because I'm on a doctor for look out for me. The doctor wanna see if we gonna do a ultrasound for me and see if I have gallstone and we do emergency surgery. So me thank God for that. So me there America when me have. Me don't know what happened to me there Jamaica because the amount of people me see her cry. All the little girl where the woman who look at daughter, I know the girl not get the body yet and they might intimidate the woman. I know the woman not get the body yet. Her daughter for bury her daughter and they might intimidate her. So much things are going on the side of people, Mr. Rattigan, and the people them just sit down, so.
Right.
That is why I just have one thing I must say.
We can't go there, go demonstrate. What more?
I just have one thing I must say.
If we start it already, you know.
She probably not hear me. She not hear me.
Yeah, but you know what? No. We did 4 protests last year, you know, and we said, boy, Jamaica supposed to just follow the lead because you remember when the periods that go up and Andre Stevens and Rosalie Hamilton and quite a few people.
Jeanette Calder, myself, Daniel Archer.
And nobody not show up for the thing.
Nobody not show up, but me say that we over here. The diaspora fight for the people them and I hope for the people them eye and the people them nah see. It come like Andrew Holness put a spell for the people them and blind them. Blind the one them, the labor right them are blind. Not the PMP them, because none of we not blind as PMP, you know. And the labor right them blind. You understand?
Right.
But me tell you, say, when my prime minister come in a power, he himself left no stone unturned. The man don't talk from day one, you know. So I hate them in there and God does expose them. Mr. Peter Chambers, they tell you, say them are going to expose, you know. And so them are come down there, because see one next exposure and go on, you know, inside, you know. And they fall them own SSL now, you know, because them it transfer to as a gift, you know. And we need justice to Usain Bolt and the rest of people, their money. Because Usain Bolt money alone, need that. I try to tell the people them now. Right. I just told Usain Bolt at the star. We will so every minute. But right now, everybody need their money.
Right. Carla, if I may.
Money there. When one business in there for put in money there for take out a $100,000 US out of the account.
Carla.
What business can you want to do? Me just watch someone Julieta say they put it when them are married. A fish fry she didn't want to keep. Fish fry selling invitation as a fish fry ticket because they need money for she give the people them invitations and the people them now can look at 250 people come at the wedding. And nothing there to feed the people them. So always face that them coming out politics and have so much trillion and million for poor people. Eh?
Carla.
She usually walk from school. She don't take bicycle in the bus. She walk. And then I walk foot. A one bedroom and you want to span 2 times. I say I have 2 father, you know. No, for sister, no mistake when them say I have 2 father, you know. Cause I'm saying man now 1 bedroom board house. And then him come say man now 2 bedroom board house. So it's still 1 bedroom board house. After Mr. Bramwell. And a 2 bedroom board house. After the wellness now. So him not, that's why I'm confused and wicked, you know. The boy then, hey, you see alcohol demon. Him not know you know. I say behave, so you know. I don't know who I'm father. Him don't know when generation come from. And this big foot man, come here, man, me not tell no one to wear size 13 shoes, because fear shoes dearer than my one. Me no want this big foot girl in the parliament somewhere. Order. I still never style them. We not stop styling till them are not shame, they're not drunk with them, you know. I'm drunk with them, they're not shame. Oh, sitting and play the whole of them all crosses. Eh? Them take poor people for idiot. Them take poor people for fool and people don't sit down and go like, gonna take this thing for idiot. When they look at he makes so much special, I come back, all over Mr. Trump, them say Trump. But all them sitting there with the stop the ear and everything, stop at you, and you want to see so much and them are watching my teeth, you know. Them saying not no more now go down there. Send them 4 people to stop.
Shut out the break. Shut out the break. Carla, shut out the break.
Step in it.
Nice. Shut out the break.
They'll ring to a thief and confess that she a criminal in the parliament, you know. Ain't too much things are going on, all criminal, ugly, what's your name, big mama, this ugly woman here. Favor the corner where she a kill a country and give the people them for eat. And them still so look how much corruption in the parliament. Which one of them over the Labour government clean over there now? Everything are rubbish them. Them fi cool down. Lady sitting up here very long now, going up, go meet them yesterday for war with people. Because the people them now say them. I'm bring the local nasty people them come with placard. And 1 people sign a placard, and 1 writing sign all of them. Show like a politics people them do with them want. Over the people them place and do what them want. Hey, them for good. The people them need for come out now when I say, me tell me that I say me did that Jamaica tomorrow. I'm going to start a sex protest for my line show tomorrow morning. Me not ask Christ. Isn't it? The people them need to come on now and stand up for them right. And police want to come here and stand up with them.
Carla, listen. The information for the event this Saturday. Tell your daughter say it up on the screen right now. Coda.tv, https /GoFund.me /B1BC6711. It did it. Right? So, but here one now, Carla.
Here one now, you know me, I gotta know.
Yes.
You say I go up on your screen, I can go up on your screen and go and pick on it and do the donation, not it?
Yes.
No, you just take off the information off of the screen. Just make your daughter, just take a picture and give your daughter, man. Take a picture of the screen and give your daughter, and she will know what to do, man.
Oh, I make you send her the money and she do what she do.
Yeah, she does send her the money to send it to the GoFundMe. And then so now then Isat and Ishmael now them can deal with the thing. Cause you say you just want to buy a ticket for somebody. So then we just buy a ticket for somebody. Yeah. Yeah, man. Hear me.
So how much you want on the tablet them? How much you want on the tablet them?
Yeah, one of the tablet, you know. What, $90 Ishmael? How much you want on
15,000 Jamaican dollar or roughly $100 US, depending on the
it's $100 that. It's $100 US.
Yeah. So just put the money inside for 1 tablet and pay for your ticket for somebody go. And everything nice. No, go and vent some more. Because we can't tire to hear you talking, because you talk up the things. And
Mr. Rattigan, really and truly, Mr. Rattigan, right now, you know, me dey home every day, my son. If I know you, me dey pan that one. Me just listen, and it just sick me. When me I say to myself, say me just tell me that, I say, listen, if me did that Jamaica and when that paper you come out tonight, I sure say, and the Vals them own SSL, and they look on nasty Venetia Phillips is because she didn't play girl where things that she couldn't switch. She thinks that she has some mood that will change from one party to the next party and get her vote. Come up and chat up and look at dirty thinking about the youth that talk about she blame him. Who you have to blame now? Go to Vals and all the property gone over to Vals family them. Because they want to put that girl in this area. Go sue Isaac. You have some work for doing, some serious work you have to do, bossy. You have some
You feel
serious
like
work for the people, them,
right?
You have to stand up for the poor people, them, You are the poor people governor, Because remember, them did say cartel, them never come a road, And you do this, I you to them I try chop style somewhere you come from, From your youth. There's them I use for here, I see you come to one of the greatest over them, look under privileged drunk and labor right there, Me don't know how them reach in politics. Enough of them are links put them in politics, Because when you hear them talk, the Val, she can't even get a good statement. I mean, I know how she done MP. Eh? This is because she didn't play girl where she take man and woman. No come. She don't know agenda neither. The whole of them are sitting and play. And them love talk about PMP. And you never hear nobody come over, come look against PMP for so much sitting and play. And you want us to run for the money for the sitting and play them for open up in a school. Hey, and too much things are going on Jamaica, All when them ask the Jamaica and this and that happen. We don't stand up to certain things. And we don't support certain things, so we need them to come down. Warimpa for come off out of parliament. The wicked man will beat the woman with the chair, we're going to marry her for sham. You soon hear man left, watch. I soon hear beat her again and go back in a parliament.
We're gonna deal with Dalrymple, MP.
She come down, man. Dalrymple should be in a parliament when she plead guilty. She plead guilty for thief 4 people money and they put her in there for sit down. This man beat the woman on live video where people see and him come back, but him I put up finger. May I ask a question, Mr. Rattigan? This ugly one where them say, without I don't know what kind of braces she have in a fair amount. The one that then give the house. She in a desperate to get a house. The one with the white where get the house where there. What they call movie star. She in the terrible condition to get a house. Oh, she get one of the free house them. And you have people that Jamaica not even house up them up on them house right now. Oh, she get one of the house. This is a politics and I use my poor people. And them friend and company them give the house. We show them build 300 house. Somebody see the house them them say them build 300 house. You have proof on it?
No, we are gonna do an ATI, for find out how much house built since 2016. And what them all do. We want them separate the programs them. We don't want them combine them.
Yes, because that them I tell us there are 4 different programs. Right. And this and that. So I tell them something I sing on the 4 different program. I sing on the one where bushrat. Desmond Mackenzie bushrat. Where say the people then forget the property. And when they get the property and then build a house, the property belongs to them now. Me no know in our history. Tell them, say them for try to with me. My local family get a piece of house and come put by my grandfather property. And tell them for take, when them unalive, them for come put stranger upon the property, come live. Honestly. It's a problem the man try cause in a Jamaica for poor people. Because people go war with people for them place, You understand? Because them family member unalive and them can't get the house. A problem. A problem. I go on. So this is a bang around the man them I put the country in.
I agree with you 100%.
Jesus Christ, Mr. Rattigan, I feel like I don't know what I'm going with, I don't know what they no. Them they don't Jamaica. If them come out to the people go back them, But them afraid of the police boy, them don't go by the police boy. That's why Andrew want to spend the whole of the money in the army, in the force. And not in education. Because I'm left them for armor, for beat and brutalize the people them. And that him left them for doing because them know an election have come up, You hear the labor right them a ball? Why you tell boy choose to come out now? Because that election have come up. When him this come up, him son will wait 2 years and them not say nothing to him. So when did they expect him to come up? But that's why you say, Mr. Rattigan, him don't start talk already. So I better you finish the way you say and do what you done. I'm not talking about
I have a question for you.
Spoil the reputation. As long as them put your money on people here, it now go stop talk. Right. And you come out now because we were still on our way, And we not hear myself. We are saying yes, probably them robot or push motor, them fix him up. So we not hear nothing from him. But when you hear him come out now talk, you see him come out and talk. Right. Because when you talk, people go defend you. Right, you're going to get right. And the rest of people them will forget justice, are going to get justice because you come out and you know your money did there. When them say, oh, Cliff Hughes, big. That look shit in a plate on a Cliff Hughes. I don't know where him come from, big mama is she, All she if you know how much money going on the account and all the money, half of the money going and half not going. All she know that.
Well, look, let me share something with you and the rest of the listeners. Them, you hear them have said nationwide news and the police have said that murder declined by 24% between January 1st and February 15th. right? And some people that say, yeah, that's good news. But what them never tell me is that police shooting increased in the same period by 170%.
Jesus crime.
170%. So citizens committing murders, it gone down 24%. But police now kill people gone up 170% for the same time period. Them don't tell with that.
So Rattigan, I just have a question though. I have a question.
Between and now,
More
days gone in it. Out of the days, about 30 other. Almost 40 days out of it, police analyze youth and the youths in Jamaica.
Right.
No, the place full up. Nobody, the place overload. The funeral home them overload because them sign contract. That's when the police them analyze the youth and then carry them go to Christopher Tufton place. Go left, and then the people them have to pay for them. Pay for move it where them want to go. So them sign contract for killing young youth them, and youth them now wise up.
No.
Them now wise up because.
Hold on a second. Mr. George Smith at the chat said that them not reach 300 houses yet. Them say them are 200 odd, which is far below what them did. But Carla, hold on there. I think Chris and Ishmael them have
man, I wanted to say something real quick. Go ahead, Chris.
Right, talk up loud on the mic. Talk up loud on the mic, Ishmael or Chris.
All right. First things first. One of the things that is unique to my household growing up in Jamaica is that we are not politically aligned. So every election here, every time there's an election, it's policy we vote off of. So if on my household, there was no difference between PNP. It's just the two of them are thief is what thief you less. Me just be honest with you. That's how me grow up. Right? So if on my household, there was no difference. Oh, there's serious feedback.
We'll get that. Carla.
Yeah.
Carla, you have a device on?
Yeah, I get a feedback.
Yeah, I get a feedback.
Turn it down, please.
And say, and listen to Chris. Chris ask a question.
So, Carl, as me say, in my household, we're not PNP nor a GLP. We are Jamaicans, and it's what when we listen. I just something I grew up and see my mother do, my father do. Say that's kind of ingrained in us. Is what is best based on the junction we're reaching our life right now. What is best for us in terms of the country. That's how we vote. And I'm fortunate to live in our neighborhood. We're not aligned to nothing. Like nobody know who you vote for, nobody know business, right? But take ISAT out of this because ISAT is a newcomer to this. Let's be frank, Jamaica, whether it's PNP or JLP, we have a rich history of the leaders them robbing the country. We just can argue right now is a JLP time, so they might get the beating. You know what I mean? So that's why I did ask ISAT say, what measures and place him have for curb that, because at the end of the day, apart from him being who he is and the moral compass that he's displaying thus far, right? We need things in place. We have teeth and bites. So if somebody do something wrong, there are consequences. And second of all, in this pertaining to this Usain Bolt money, let's this is just my opinion. Just my opinion. It's just asking a question. You believe, say, a man owe you $10,000 US right now. You stunk on that for 2 years. Some communication go on. My money get robbed up already at some point, and the next man money get robbed up, and the man get a link on the man and don't come tell me that even if I get knocked to, I may find my way to get my money otherwise, food for thought, I don't believe that Usain Bolt and his legal team just sat there doing nothing for the last 2 years. I am of the opinion that a deal was made and him get the shitty end of the stick 2 years later. I don't believe the icon just sit down, watch over 10 million US just gone, so money when put down for him parents' retirement. That's just my opinion.
All right.
So if I may, Chris took out ISAT out of the equation.
Remember they must send.
Go ahead, Carla. Go ahead.
Remember, Usain Bolt said then they send report to him, So into film position, him I think say the money everything is all right. But can remember them influencing for putting the money in there, can remember him did I run up and down with him, Allegedly, he must have give them $5 million, how much $1 million for run the election around, you know. That me hear, you know. So him and them was so close, and them influence him for put the money in it. And yet still when them influence him and him they run them, you don't know what happened. The money, I don't know if even Andrew wants to have money in there, but him I say him did that fee money and take it out. When get money for take it out. And at the same time when you see him about lose the money, him build a wall with value $20 million. The wall alone plus the house and everything. So in there and him a scrape, anything I scrape and just scrape out with them give, you know. Him and them will farm SSL, the whole of them are one bag of criminal, you know. As what you say, you feel like some thought they make and Usain Bolt and wait to see what going to come and him not see nothing now. So him decide to talk out now. Wishing where him and say true, him not want to bring down Jamaica. Him just sit down and watch them to see what going to happen because it's out there. When them going to come to him and say, nobody not come to him after the 2 years. That's what him say. We can say Allah him tell and we can say true him attack that him say happen. Him a wait for hear what them a say. And none of them a say nothing. That's why him start talk.
Yeah.
Remember, you know, I'm just saying that this is just an opinion based on human nature. Nobody now owing money for so much money over such a long period of time and whatnot. As for somebody who say, yo, where's the evidence that past leaders stole money? Is which alternative universe that person are living? There's no, you're saying, Roe Washington, you're saying that there's no evidence of the People's National Party misappropriating funds? Come down now, man.
All right, hold on there, Chris. Ishmael, ask a question then.
Right. No, it's not. It's more like a very important comment than a question. Earlier, Chris had said that he's taking ISAT out of the equation. But I'm going to link everything that everyone did. Say again?
Talk up loud.
You hearing me now?
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm going to link everything together. Earlier, some revelations were made about a certain member of parliament that is a certain minister and a certain other member of parliament that so happens to be the competitor of the incoming member of parliament for Portland. He happens to be on the call. I say all of that to say there is a saying that in politics you have to have money, right? And it is not beyond us to think that people will use whatever influence they have to try and win an election by any means necessary. And on Saturday, with the diaspora and with people in Jamaica, ISAT, is putting on a serious event, so serious that it hinges on the future of Jamaica.
Caller, hold on. Caller, you can turn down your device because people in the chat so they might get a feedback, please. Go ahead, Ishmael.
Yeah, man. So, this particular event hinges on the future of our country. And I want you guys to take this seriously. And I appreciate everybody, not just the callers, but people who are participating now. Let me tell you why. Because everything that we do is a step to take these people out of power. Every bit helps, not just the funding, but what we say. So now at this juncture, we are going up against two financial superpowers. But I tell you something, there's power in numbers. And there is nobody bigger than the diaspora that I know, that you know, that anybody else know. So I want everybody to just, even if you had bought the ticket or the stream already, tell somebody, because this is how Usain Bolt will be sure that he will get back his money. Because After election call, best believe you can bet your dollar, you can bet your last dollar that I will be in the back of this person, that Rastaman and Rattigan, to make sure that we use whatever influence we have now to bring these people to justice. But it starts here. It starts on Saturday night. So may I beg you, tell somebody, please, just tell somebody. Because when election night come, who's to say that I know Usain Bolt money they go and spend? I'm just allegedly. Who's to say? So because of that, let us tell somebody to tell somebody to tell somebody so that we can continue taking the people out of the quagmire of poverty and intellectual poverty that they're in. Please, may I beg you people, just tell somebody so that they can participate. All right? That's all I want you to do.
All right. Carla, finish up there. Jump back on the soapbox there. Carla.
Shagan.
I'm here.
Yeah, man. Finish up there. Cause we have to jump on and make some other comments and things like that. But go ahead. You have the floor.
Yeah, so you know say you Ismail have something for ask me, but him just promote him a promote and that are the right thing. I go and promote the business.
Yeah.
All me have to say to you, Mr. Rattigan. Remember, me I watching a long time now, I'm in America too, I'm here watching, me I see. Just me need you to keep me in contact anytime you're ready for go down with the chain and banger. I'm ready for come down up on that plane there because me want to see them and go them for go prison. You see, them not done build like the prison down a country yet. The new prison. No. Because they say we want to put them in a back of God, We want to put them way out, You have a prison where they now have El Salvador, one of them country up here, one of the dangerous prison. I feel like I just said them for send Andrew Wallace come put him in one of them prison there, where the MS gang and the 18 gang there, But then hold him in there, make him know. Oh, when you deal with people, because well, for innocent with that prison and them a criminal now got prison. Look how much criminal in the parliament brawling in front of we. And none of them not gone to prison all now. Not justice any day. This little ugly woman who says she born ugly because she talks as she ugly, The DPP, she talks as she ugly, This little ugly woman fight for go back in there. Because you see what them what was them plan? You see, all of her exposed now, you see, and that's why she go back in there to defend the government. You see where I go now? And that's why them appeal her to come back in the parliament, For them keep up them corruption and them wickedness and them and the suffering of the poor people are gone there. And then them boy big rich friend them uptown I inherit, So when them say poor a taxpayer have got pay back, you see about and the people them done a thief for and a taxpayer money them thief. Right. What the housing trust money them they say in SSL. Andrew Wallace put it in there and thief it out back. Him alone response 19 portfolio. One man. So yes, he said a man in an attack, but him alone. Tell him we have fair pressure. And him we have fair pressure now, Mr. Rattigan, because him take up everything per feet, Yeah. Right now, I don't even feel like a favor like the Minister of Finance. I don't feel that she the Minister of Finance. Because Juliet couldn't angle so in a parliament. She just look a dark puppy like how she makes it sound like yesterday in a parliament. Mr. Golden asked her a question and she reply back to the man and the woman disturb the woman and make the woman feel like a little dark puppy in there. That's why she couldn't do the lady who resign, The lady makes she know say look a pissity again. I think I'm in a parliament with you. Where your foot big like Captain Bread and come chat to me, That's why the woman resign because the woman not tell her chat. You understand? She tried to bully everybody. Them are bully. Them are what? Them untouchable. Nobody can touch them, Mr. Rattigan. No justice for poor people. Who not gonna make we get justice, Well, people like you, we lonesome, and the rest of we are ball out for we, mix it sensation, whole of and who not gonna make poor people get justice at Jamaica, because of justice for we,
Yeah, well, my little corner, we are working on something, and we are gonna announce it pretty soon still, but we have a little thing we are working on, and if it come to fruition, if God willing,
it can happen. It can happen.
Yeah.
The people them are crying now. The people them are cry out.
Yeah. Well, anyway, we are going to leave you now, but remember, so the thing on the screen there, Cool
Yeah, man. Never check the picture. Never do it, man. Right away, mama. So,
right.
have a good night.
All right.
Isaac, me a come on Jamaica, cause me a come for election, so I must meet you,
Definitely.
Me a find, a Waterhouse me come from, me a Waterhouse girl, my born and grow a crude cat corner, so me know the place. Me a find, Ishmael, me a find you, Mr. Rattigan, you got Jamaica, cause we a go down to go work with them,
Yes,
we a
man.
go work,
Them can't do Rattigan nothing. A Portland him a go there.
All right, Carla. Take care of yourself, yeah?
Have a good night, everyone. Love you guys. Big up on yourself. PMP to the world. One market tree. One market tree, we say.
Later. All right.
Yeah.
Yes, folks, if the line opening, and they see how the thing fiery and hot round here, Line opening for Carleen, Carleen, I make you know what go on. With the pound of line.
No, but really, no, man, I have to ask.
What that?
How can you, as a government minister, be embroiled in such a debacle that your name, regardless of how it is coined, is involved in an issue such as a transfer of a scandalous institution?
Because of Jamaica.
Yes, no better. Yeah,
The same name I go round in that certain parish, I talk about a theme parish. Same name. I never know you can own a parish. I never know that. You know you can own a parish, Rattigan?
No, I didn't know that.
Oh, you never know that? Oh, Lord of His mercy. Yeah, man. I thought you can own a parish?
Not in Jamaica.
Okay. But you can represent a parish, right?
You're supposed to represent the parish, yes, as a servant.
Okay. I just asking because I don't know,
Broke down and shatter that lie.
Cha-ching.
Kezia,
Which bars that drop and broke?
Wing.
Pick up yourself, Kezia. Kezia said she go find I sat, when she come out. See there? Cool cat corner, run a Cuba. That all right, next run already mixed with it. So
no, but quick question. But Sir Rattigan, look, this is the bigger issue I have, right?
Yeah.
Look at this person. You remember when I said to you that I had the privilege of growing in a household where we're not politically aligned, right?
Right.
Now this lady say, Chris, which PMP government ever thief like how this government thief? That right there is the problem. Which PMP government ever thief like how this government thief? Them not supposed to a thief. Right. Nobody not supposed to a thief. And if you're going to thief, at least make we have good road to drive on, a good education system, a good healthcare system. At the very least, I'm on a broke your foot, you can be like, all right, well, at least we have social infrastructures in place that, like, that is the problem right there, Marie. Which PMP government ever thief like how this government thief? Nobody should be stealing.
That comment in itself is also a contradiction, Chris. Let me tell you why. You both, and I'm going to say this because I'm sure of it, both political parties are judged on a different metric. Let me explain what I mean. If it is that a socialist-led party, such as the People's National Party, were to do even a quarter of what is being done now, there would be anarchy. Let me give you an example. The meltdown in the early 90s is one.
FinSac.
The FinSac meltdown. Let me give you another one.
Before that, the Shell scandal.
Right. Let me give you another one. Let me give you a most recent one.
Or put the example there. We have a caller.
Okay, the Cuban light bulb scandal. And somebody was in fact charged for that.
Good night.
Hold on there. Caller, welcome to Come Reason with Rattigan. Good night. Where are you calling from?
Calling from Queens.
Queens. All right. OT, put up back the thing that I said. Listen now, Miss Queens, before you go no further, we have a little thing here going on, and we need the support. So we always put up the thing, and in the while, hold on a second there. I mean, if you put it up, All right.
Yeah,
See,
I need to also say thanks to
Yes,
those persons that's actually
we
dropping in.
done do that already, sir.
oh, you do it already? All right. All right. All right. Go ahead now. Talk to it now. Talk to it.
They not like us.
Sir, we need to go back down memory lane.
Yes.
In the 80s, Mr. Seaga said him lose the election, but him not lose the war,
Okay.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And the reason for me to going back down there is what went on in Portmore yesterday and what is continuously going on with the government. I'm not saying that the other side don't have issue in the past, but this is more than tongue can tell. And the Jamaican people need to understand that the Jamaica Labour Party government is destroying the country, has been destroying the country and still destroying the country. And we in the diaspora, we are trying our best to fight with them, but they refuse. Now tell me about Andrew Holness payout police. If the entire country decide for God, just like when time them have dance, when they're going to dance, everybody turn out. Look how they turn out for Vice Cartel and then turn out for other dance people, other entertainer. Why can't they turn out for something that is as important as putting back the country in a stable condition that it's supposed to be in?
That's a good question. That's a good question, and a question I've often posed. That I have no objections to people turning up and supporting their favorite entertainers. I have no issues with that. But I have an issue if you can't do that and you can't turn up to support yourself. Because
exactly.
because these issues that we are highlighting, these are issues that affect them individually and personally, and even and even as a community. And we are saying then go out there and just like how you can go out and protest and things for our artists, and we don't have no objections to that. We are saying go out and do it for the artists, but also do it for yourself. That's all we are saying, and we just don't see it. You know, the pay hike when them should have go in at them numbers, we never see it. And the one with them do the Portmore one, where the one for Portmore them do last week, maybe a week before, over at Emancipation Park, it never poorly attended. And I can't for the life of me, I can't understand why people not turning up in them numbers for issues that affect them directly. They show up for them, show up for football match, them show up for this match, that dance, that. But when they say show up for an issue that's affecting you, your family, your community, and Jamaica, we don't see them. So I don't know.
But not only that, sir. Not only that.
Yeah.
All right, is election time now. And look, you see labor right pour out, socialists pour out, right? But yet still they're not demanding accountability. Their constituency, so many things that need to be done. They're not looking at how these politicians treat them. But you saw them run up and down behind them now. Eh?
Right.
You saw them run up and down behind them now and take all kind of empty promises.
And let me just be absolutely clear about this. I have never voted in Jamaica. I have never registered to vote in Jamaica. I left Jamaica before I was of the age that I could even register. When I was in Jamaica, I live in JLP neighborhood. I live in PNP neighborhood. My purpose on this program is to hold governments, plural, going forward, accountable. This program started about less than 3 years ago, I think. I have to go back and check, but not so long ago. So when people, I am not going to stop. I invite JLP and PNP, UIC, I invite all of them to come on the program because I want to hear what they have to say and whether or not it's in the best interest of the people of Jamaica. I won't
Mr.
stop them from doing
Rattigan,
that.
give me a chance. Back in the 80s, why I'm so adamant about it.
Oh no, I know you may refer to, I know you may refer to. No, but just to make my position clear. And the reason why I'm saying this is because, we have people who come on the program and they will say PNP, PNP, PNP. I have no objections to that, none. Because here's why: I invite the JLP and them don't come. So if people want to come and voice some opinion about them party, I am not stopping anybody. I'm not stopping because I invite everybody to come on and highlight what freedom party I do. That's I invite them. And if you don't want to come, then you cannot complain when somebody from another party come on and start highlighting, glorifying their party. You cannot complain if you don't come and do the same thing for your party. So that's where we live. But go ahead, Carla. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, Mr. Rattigan, you remember, it's not no Jamaica have a water issue, And when you look over water commission, all of the pipe that lie down over the water commission, When I was a young girl living in Maxfield Avenue, I see politicians from both sides, Issue gone. Every time when it come on to politics, both sides. Down at the wharf, no downtown. I don't know all of the gun them used to come in and I'm not asking because me a young girl used to up and down when I'll push her since now run up and down from Maxfield Avenue, When I them did a box money pan Christian Hardware Plaza when time them have them politics in Mr. Rattigan. Mr. Can't right now, man. These politicians, gone are the days when time them people are dropped down like rice grain when then turn the politics come on.
You talk about Christian Hardware, Russell Road, and Maxwell Avenue?
And Maxfield Avenue.
Okay.
Stand up and witness now. I see DK Duncan Baxman when Manley did alive. My young girl. I saw the politics dirty in Jamaica. When will there be some pride and dignity in our politics down there, man? With and the owners come back with it again. Eh? And the owners come back with the dirty politics again, man. You know how much people dead in the 80s? When you go down a bumper all down over the Maple Cemetery, you know how much innocent people and kill and carry dump down there? You know how much innocent people? You know how much innocent people, say politicians drive up in a car down at Alexander Road, carrying 2 car load of gun, can issue the youth them down there for to kill off them one another. When will this garbage stop in a Jamaica, man? When will it stop? These politicians down there, look how many money them clean out of the country. $3 trillion. Bruce Gold in this era, Jamaica too rich to be poor, too blessed to be stressed, and yet still. And these people down there now wake up and see that these politicians keep on playing them like a yo-yo. They keep playing them like a yo-yo. Come on, Jamaican people, put on politics and look for people who are give substance. Like how you say, Isaac, me see my child for do something. Me can't say yes. With all the politics, me say when I'm in the 80s, you know what say I gotta do? Have a man then come on, who no want go vote, if you no go vote, a gunshot I get. I mean, I ask nobody that can Maxfield Avenue, me live then time there. And a whole heap of people me say drop down. A whole heap of people unalive. Maxfield Avenue, Walton Park Road and all of them here, a whole heap of people get unalive. Over politics, and when them done, then sit down and say, well, we too, I hold them tight. I want to Jamaica people. We don't know nothing, Philippa. Yeah? What kind of society rally for we youth them? I want to come back to my yard and to rat it come like it don't even make sense to go back home.
Yes, Carla, I hear you. All right.
Yo, I'm tired of this now, man. A full-time something, wow. Only poor people can go to prison. Yeah. And you won't say they're not going to meet either the judge or the maker. One politician can't meet them judge or the maker too. Yeah, man, I treat you know, man. I have to bleed for them.
All right, Carla. Don't make it bleed too much, It bleed. We know that we understand the passion and the pain and we live the experience too, so we know where I go through. But
I'm
go on,
seeing
hold the faith. Go on, hold the faith.
this time it's the police kill young man and put gun on them. They take me here and see that you know, Mr. Ratty.
Right. And it start up again. It start
And
up
it
again.
start up back again. Come on, man. Me have son. Me have grandpitney. Yo. Enough of the youth them just want a try, just want an opportunity. And what did the government do? They make sure them get rid of all of the factories them. They get rid of all of the training center. No more factory, no more training center. Eh?
Right.
Only the owners and them tools them make sure to fit them pitney all right. And poor people pitney. Look what I want do. I go give them all, span them land and then take it back. Yeah? He make sure say him get all him friend them the beachfront for build hotel and then I work the people them for little and nothing. And people sit down and slaughter about them are dieted labor rights and dieted PMP. Yo, I wish to rat, but all we are going in Mr. Rattigan. Nah, that's from my country for nowhere else, you know, before some come down and start a revolution too.
Same so. All right. We are gonna leave it there, so because time I run out pan we are, but thanks for your input, yeah?
Yeah.
All right, take care of yourself. Listen, let me just go back for my little soapbox here. People sometimes them come and them say, well, you know, the two party them thief. Well, you know what? I don't think you're going to find anybody, any reasonable person who going to say none of the two party them never thief money yet. I don't think you're going to find that. People going to say it's a matter of degree. This one a thief more than that one, right? And in fact, I think it was I can't remember her name now. In the Senate, she said, yeah, both PNP. She said both parties they're guilty of doing things. But here's where the comparison stops for me, you know. When you're gonna say PNP and PNP thief as much as JLP, I ask people which version of the PNP you talk about. Because if it's this version you talk about, this version of the PNP does not have a record. Most of these people, the 63 when I'm gonna feel for the election, they were not MPs. Most of them. They only have 14 of them right now in Parliament, 14 out of 63. So the remainder, what am I going to have? The 49, what am I going to put up? Most of the 49, they have never served in Parliament. So I think it's unfair to say, well, you know, when you start compare this composition of the PNP, the one where I sat in right now, I think it's unfair to make a comparison with them and the government because the government have a record. They have this government have a record now, 9 going on 10 years that we can look at. We can look at all the promises that they have made, and we can look at all the promises unfulfilled. And at the same time, we have this bastardized form of government, form of Westminster style government out of the UK, where it not really serve our purpose. And where it says that the first party to cross the finish line, and them win, them control the whole thing. Them have the power of the purse, and that is one of the most important functions of any government is to have the power of the purse where you can spend. And as we know, in the present composition of Parliament, the PNP cannot spend. Them vote, but them can't spend. Them just don't have the numbers. And if you recall, if you know the Constitution, you know that the Senate, I believe the Senate can't really can't put up spending bills. All that have to come from the lower house. So when I make my comparison, with the JLP. I don't make my comparison with a party composed of people, for the most part, they have never sat in Parliament. And them have no record. I don't do that. I say, listen, the JLP in 2016, they said to the people of Jamaica, listen, the PNP is no good. We don't need to get rid of them. Them are rob, them are steal, them are thief, them are this, them are that. We are going in there and we are going to make sure that It's prosperity we are dealing with. And we're going to make sure that you can sleep with no windows and no doors open. And the people said, that's what we want. We have a young, vibrant, intelligent, dynamic leader in the person of Mr. Andrew Holness, and we want him. And they spoke, they spoke, and if you remember, the JLP won by 1 seat. People them said, give him a chance. He got his chance. What did he do for the first 5 years? Not much. And then he came back and he said, listen, give me another chance. Give me another go around to fix up all them things because the PNP mash it up so bad that it will take me longer to fix it. And the people, them overwhelming, gave him overwhelming support. Them say, yeah, give him. So now him have 9-10 years to fix all of the problems them complain about. And you see what them do now? Them come and say, oh, the PNP did this and them have it in 18 years. And I say, I don't want to hear that. Because when you came to the people of Jamaica, you said, we are going to fix those problems. So you cannot turn around now and say, we can't fix them in another time period, because that's not what you told us. You say you're going to fix it. And when you run for election, you never run for re-election. You run for 1 term. So you gave them people the impression that you would have completed all of this in a 1 term. The 1 term come, you know, complete it. You say, give me another term. The 2nd term will come to an end, and you still not complete the things, and you still appoint to something that happened years ago. So that no hold no water with me. So I compare the JLP to the JLP because the JLP are the one who have the power of the purse. They've been sitting at the helm of power for 9 going on 10 years. So that's my comparison. I don't make a comparison with a party that you know has never been in power. The 63 where we have our run right now, them 63 people, all of them they've not been in power, right? No, having said that, I still hold the PNP responsible for certain things that they should be held responsible for. And I'll give you an example. The gentleman who get the periods and don't show up in parliament, if he even represent him constituency, including issues having to do with his constituency based on newspaper reports, I have a problem with that. I have a big problem with that. I have a big problem with that. You get the money, you show up, sir, and you represent your constituency. I don't know him name. You know him name? Isat or I don't remember him name. Isat Ishmael. I don't remember the man name. When I hear me?
Yeah, I'm not aware of who that is.
Yeah, man. You remember him? You don't know him? Ishmael, the PNP brother who not show up for work.
It's more. So it's actually 2.
Oh, more than 1.
Yeah,
well,
2 of them.
All right.
One has professed his retirement, which is Dr. Peter Phillips, and the other is Hugh Graham.
Well, on Hugh Graham, I have the Lamborghini.
Yes, Paramount Trading, yeah.
Him same man have the Lamborghini.
Lamborghini.
Yeah, him have Lamborghini and him gone up and him don't show up for work and him represent poor people. We have a serious problem with that. A serious problem with that. So them things them be highlight people. Yeah. Another thing when me I go highlight is that when we like opposition leader Mark Golan for do is this. Him oppose the bill in Parliament on the grounds of there's no impeachment, no what you call it, term limit, no him don't like the idea of a ceremonial president. Him don't like the idea that it hasn't resolved the issue of the apex court, the final court of appeal for Jamaica, because he wanted to be the CCJ. And in the constitution, the bill, them have it as the Privy Council will remain in place. Those are his major objections to the bill. Well, here's one I would have liked him talk about. I want him hear him talk about the seat for the seat of the Senate for the diaspora. I don't hear him talk about that. And yet still I heard him say that he want 2 seats in the Senate for the diaspora, because now the proposal is for it to go from 21 to 27. And the only thing I see in the bill, the report from the Constitutional Reform Committee regarding the Senate seat for diaspora members? Zero, nothing, no mention at all. But the bill says that the president, him have 3 people he can put at the Senate. And
the issue with that though, Rattigan, is that the government with their supermajority can dictate however they organize how they will deal with the constitutional reform process. So because of the fact that it's only technically 12 people in parliament on the opposition side all the time, they can never have a majority to vote on any issue. Part of the reason why whatever bill that the government have is so amplified, because whenever it's being discussed, it is just discussed and then nothing is done about it because they just put it through anyway.
Yeah, but Ishmael, I don't think you understand what I say, because when I talk about voting, what I say is Mark Golden came out and said that the opposition party is against the bill to reform the Constitution for the following reasons. Yeah, and him give the reasons then, but him don't give the reason for the Senate, and this has nothing to do with voting. Right. I'm saying him supposed to add that to it and say, by the way, we're not going to vote for this bill either because we don't see how we're going to make accommodations for the seats for the diaspora members. And keep in mind that particular aspect of complaint regarding the diaspora seat in the Senate, that's a firmly entrenched provision. Anything to do with the Senate membership and all that is firmly entrenched in the Constitution. So what that means? That means you have to have a referendum. It means you have to have 2/3 of both houses and a referendum. Now, Jamaica has not had a referendum since 1962, since independence. Jamaica has had one referendum in its history, and that was in 61 regarding the federation. So from under this Constitution what we've never had a referendum. So this is not something where you just call up and you have it. So I'm saying, since we are going to have a referendum now, put it inside there. So I would have liked Mr. Golden say, listen, we oppose it because of term limits. We oppose it because of the Apex Court issue, CCJ. We oppose it because of the impeachment issue. We oppose it because we don't like the ceremonial president. We want an executive president. And we oppose it because we want the diaspora to have 2 seats tonight. That's how we want to hear him say it. Him not say it. I don't hear him say it. Now, maybe he'll say it this weekend because he's up in New Jersey this weekend. Witches Boo said she hear him talk about it. But Witches Boo, did he speak about it and say that he's opposed to the bill on that ground? Or did you hear him say that he would like for he supports the idea of 2 seats in the Senate for the diaspora? Because they're 2 different issues. Because I have a video with him in Florida last year saying I support the idea. That's one issue. What I want him to come out and say now is that I oppose the bill because this issue is not contained within the bill. So
because it forces accountability at that point.
There you go.
It forces accountability at that point. And on the topic of accountability, the Jamaican people, if we're not tired of the Andrew Holness-led government, we have to get rid of this thing so we now vote. If you have the privilege of being able to vote, get up in your numbers and talk with your votes. You can't say you're tired of the JLP and you don't, when it's time to vote, you don't do nothing about it. You can't say you're tired of the PNP and when it's time to vote, you don't do anything about it. Right? You're just talking for the sake of, you don't have stinking mouth.
You know what, Chris? That's why we have to make a plea to the young people, because of them not voting. The whole older folks, them voting. The young people them not vote because they're disillusioned about the whole thing. But you cannot, And therein lies the problem. We don't do civics in school, because if we did civics in school, they'd realize how many people died, how many people struggled, how many people suffered, so that
it wasn't a right. It's not a right. It is a privilege.
So that we could have the right now. So that we could have, because remember one time, you couldn't vote unless you have certain type of land. I remember our people never owned a land.
The landed gentry. We never owned nothing.
We never owned a land. And so now people like Paul Bogler and the others, we stand up and for them shoulders, right?
Yeah.
Right? We stand up and for them
the
shoulders.
thing about it is that as a whole, Jamaica need to start vote on policy. Make a man like Isaac come up here and tell you what I'm gonna do. Make a man like Mr. Golding tell you what I'm gonna do. Make a man like Andrew. Well, Andrew will tell you 2 times what I'm gonna do. But you get the gist.
Right.
You tell me, say, yo, it's just like any relationship. A woman, if a man tell us I'm gonna do XYZ, when you give him the thing and him don't do it, you have to make a decision. Cut him off. Or for the man, then you cut off the woman. You understand? We have to create a culture where we start vote, when the voters start make decisions based on policy. Somebody said I'm going to do A. Well, at the end of when it's the next election term, we take a stock. Did you do this? If you weren't able to do it completely, why? Was it a reasonable? Was it within reason that you couldn't do it? You get what I'm saying? For example, I thought maybe the next not the next, but in the future, the prime minister, and he may say that in the year, whenever that year is, he wanted to do this in a specific year, but then something like COVID came along, or a natural disaster. So when it's the next election time, my people of Jamaica couldn't do this in this particular year because of such and such and such.
Caller, hold on 1 second. One quick thing there. I say we are Horace Hibbert. I do not agree with members of the diaspora sitting in the Senate. I believe that all persons running the government should be living in the country. No, that's a valid argument. That's a valid argument.
I believe that all MPs should live in the constituency.
Well, there you go. You could take it to that extension. But Horace, that's a valid argument. I mean, I could make an argument that yes, we should be sitting there, and you and I we can have a civil discussion.
Respectfully, I haven't said much. That's a damn nonsense argument. Not even 5 minutes ago, you just said that there were at least 2 MPs living in Jamaica that not showing up for parliament. And you have MPs right now who are living in Jamaica, and half the time they're on planes at taxpayers' money if they're not running up and down for fundraiser and going to Africa and stopping in New York to check them mother and not there. We're living in modern times. It is capacity and it is ability. I don't think that people understand and appreciate the importance of what representation means. You cannot have so many persons in the diaspora and not have people and not have a representation who understands. That is why I always invite people to go and revisit Plato's Republic. Conversations like this always deal with shadows on the wall. The people who have never left this country and the people who don't understand the dynamics of living in of interfacing internationally and have an interest to protect at home, including property and even personal items, cannot speak to that issue. The people who live in the diaspora didn't just go there because them love foreign. Opportunities in Jamaica are scarce. And so you have to expand the borders in the way that it is and realize and recognize that as long as when you see what Donald Trump has done, and Donald Trump is my hero, but when he did say, open the plane back and start saying on people, that is a harsh reality. So the persons who never get the opportunity to naturalize and become green card holders and all of that, they still are a part of the diaspora and they still support people who are known as the barrel children. It's a much more complex conversation and should probably be left to persons who are competent in law, respectfully.
All right. Let me just say, caller, hold on 1 second. Caller, you still there? Hold on 1 second.
Yes.
Yeah, hold on 1 second. A couple of things. One is with Horace Hibbert's idea. I would welcome a discussion with Horace because I can understand where he's coming from. But Horace, here's where we would depart. this is not me arguing for the for the 2 seats for the Senate in the Senate for the diaspora now. This is what they promised us. And them come and tell we say, oh, no, forget 2 seats. So it's not a matter of, I think we've gone past the argument now as to whether or not we should be sitting there. That discussion has been had, and it has been decided that we should be there. So that's my argument for you, Horace. But respectfully, you know, let's see where you come from. The other one is that somebody said that, hold on a second, I do not agree with members. No. Somebody said, yeah, Rockwell. All right, Rockwell said, not what he said, he actually supports a French model of a single constituency for the diaspora. Well, Rockwell, I think you're conflating 2 things. One is voting, and the other one is representing. The representation part is having the seats in the Senate, and Mark Golding, the Honorable Mark Golding, I heard him. I have the video. I played it last week, Saturday. I'll play it this Saturday again for people who didn't see it last Saturday. He said in no uncertain terms that he supports 2 seats in the Senate for the diaspora. And then he went on to say, but in order for that to happen, you need 2/3 vote in the upper house, the lower house, and you also need a referendum. Well, guess what? We're on our way to a referendum. We may not have one, but just for those of you who are not familiar with the Constitution, to get a referendum for deep entrenched provisions, you need 2/3 in the lower house, 2/3 in the upper house, and a referendum. So now, if you get 2/3, which the JLP will get in the lower house, House of Representatives, not so sure they're going to get 2/3 in the upper house in the Senate. They won't get it. So what will happen is that, is the referendum dead? No. What will happen is that the JLP can then turn around and resubmit the bill within a certain time period to the Senate. And if they still don't get the 2/3, then guess what? They can then go out and publish it as a referendum to the people. The problem is this, that now, instead of it being a simple majority of the electorate, it will be 2/3. And there's no way they're going to get 2/3 of the voting public to agree to the referendum. It's not going to happen. So Rockwell, I think you're and the French model of a single constituency, that the Prime Minister supports that, which I disagree with, because what it's saying is that all of you people who live in the diaspora, 5, 6, 100 million, whatever the number is, guess what? We will establish a mechanism whereby you can vote in a Jamaican election. But guess what up now? All I want to go and vote in one constituency. We're not going to vote in a 63 constituency. We're going to put all I want, as if all I want to come from one neighborhood. We're going to put it in a one constituency. So what will happen is that you will have one constituency with, I don't know, 5 million people voting. You see what? And so you see what's going on here.
That makes
and
sense.
some people are saying, no, but no, I want to vote which part me come from. I come from Westmoreland. I don't want to vote in a constituency in a Portland. We're not going to identify and create. So Rockwell is 2 separate issues. I hope you understand that. I hope everyone understands that. The single constituency issue, that has to do with voting, which is distinct, separate, and apart from the promise of 2 seats in the Senate where we're representing. All right. What else we have here? Oh, Carla, sorry about that. Thanks for holding. Go ahead, please.
Yes, Roddy, my respect. So, long time listener, second time caller to your program.
Yes.
I think we're reaching a little bit too far when we come to this referendum and the diaspora. Did we recently see what took place in Portmore with this government? I think for us here in the diaspora, even for Jamaica people itself, it's a stretch hoping and trusting in this government to make rational and sound decisions in terms of legislative actions and in terms of voting right actions. I don't think we can trust this current government with these kind of responsibilities that they've proven themselves to be incapable of making any good decisions that will benefit the Jamaican people or even working with us here in the diaspora. So I think we're reaching.
One quick second.
And I think that in an election year, I don't think this is the right time for this.
Hold on. You said they're incapable. they're also in instances unwilling
There
to
you
do
go.
it. And I agree with you. I agree with you. I don't trust them to do any of these things. I agree with
No,
you. Go ahead.
yeah, we cannot trust this current government with this kind of responsibility. And in an election year, it even makes it more complicated. Another thing that I want to touch on, Roddy, is we're talking about young people voting. Do you realize that we've been living in Jamaica in the past 2 decades? We have been living in nothing but corruption, culture of corruption. The youth and the people of Jamaica have been living under corruption. Corruption is engraved into society. When we have 18% of school kids graduating are being able to read and write, and another 78 not being able to, 70% not being able to read and write. How do you expect for kids to go out and vote when we have such an illiterate population? The strategy of the JLP government over the past 2 decades is to keep the people destitute, keep them uneducated and illiterate, in order to keep power and in order to push their corruption agenda, corruptive agenda, and while they pilferage the country. This is a strategy that we've seen not only from this current government, but from previous JLP government. And until we can overcome these issues within the country itself, then we can't start talking about asking young people to vote. They don't know why they're voting. They don't know what to vote for or why they should vote, because they're not in a position to internalize or even imagine what voting is about. Our education system is is as bad as it can get. I didn't want to get into the numbers because I just wanted to use general adjectives to describe it. It's as bad as it can get. We have never seen a situation in Jamaica where Jamaica is the worst educated country in the Caribbean as we speak today. So that speaks to a lot of the things that is happening in Jamaica in terms of voting. People not participating in the voting process. People are totally disinterested in the political system and the corruption that's going on because they're destitute. When you have people destitute, you create a vacuum for these kind of things to happen. And this Jamaican government, corrupted government, knows this. They just listen to how they speak to the people. They don't speak to the Jamaican public. They speak down to the public. When a man can tell you, say, look, Palmer Clark's voted and get elected, what does that tell about the mindset of the people? We keep talking over the people and talking about things that is way ahead of the people of Jamaica. We need to realize that the Jamaican public is uneducated. The majority of the public is uneducated. We have kids leaving high school that cannot read and write. So we're jumping way over our head and talking about voting and all of these other things while we're totally forgetting about the issues, the underlying issues that will help to develop the country and the people itself. We have to start addressing these things. Voice of opinion. One of the things I said and I've said, we in the diaspora have a lot of power to enact change in Jamaica. Every bill or every dime that goes to Jamaica has to be passed through Congress. It's not just given to them. We can take our pen and paper, phone call, all our elected officials, call your senator, write a letter to your senator, your congressperson, let them know of the corruption and you're concerned of the corruption. Let them know that know that you're very concerned about how the tax dollars is being, our tax dollars is being spent in Jamaica. One example of something that passed us by that we should have addressed. I wrote a letter to my congresswoman here in South Florida about it. $20+ million was given to Jamaica for COVID relief. $20+ million. Kamala Harris went to Jamaica and gave them $20+ million of our tax money. Can anyone in Jamaica tell us where that $20 million went? We see people still not recover from COVID. While they were being given $20 million, the Prime Minister turned around and charged Jamaican people $250,000 for a mask. How do you justify these things? And it just goes unsaid and just without anyone even acknowledging it. These are things that we have to address, and we here in the diaspora can address these things because it's our tax dollars. And I'm telling people, write to your congresswoman, write to your state senator, and let them know that you're concerned about our tax dollars being spent in Jamaica and where it's being spent. This is how we enact change, and this is how we can affect the corruption in Jamaica. But by just sitting around and talking every day back and forth, it does not enact change. It only expelled hot air. And I'm telling people, write to your congressperson, write to your state senator. If you have any concern about Jamaica and the corruption, we have to start making sure that our tax dollars that we send to Jamaica through Congress here is accounted for. And we can enact investigations, we can enact concerns, and we can turn the eye on them. Because these are what we have to do to enact changes. It's too corrupt. The corruption is engraved in the society. Every sector of society in Jamaica is corrupt, and it's been that for the last 2 decades. We have 2 generations of kids that knows nothing else other than corruption in the country. They live it, they breathe it, they see it, they live it. They don't know anything other than corruption. So how do you expect these kids now to turn around and vote for anything else? We're reaching for pie in the sky. It's not going to happen. And another thing I want to say, right, is that if Mark Golding does not get international eyes on this election, he can't win the election. Cannot win it. You need international observers to come to Jamaica to observe this election, because one thing I know is that when people are this corrupt, they cannot afford to lose power. They cannot afford to lose power, because you know what comes next after that. Okay, so you have to have international observers for this coming election this year. If not, the PNP cannot win. Mark my words on that, Roddy. I yield to you.
All right. Thanks, Carla. Much appreciated.
All right.
All right. Well, the idea of international observers for the election, I fully support it because of the history of vote buying in Jamaica. It probably won't stop all of it, but it certainly will go a long way towards decreasing open and blatant way we've seen votes being purchased on the street side on the day of election too. So I agree with this caller. Hold on 1 second there. Caller, welcome to Come Reasons Rattigan. Good morning. Where are you calling from? Hello. Caller gone. So we'll get ready for wrap. Okay. Caller, good morning. Welcome to Come Reasons Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Good morning, everyone. I'm calling from New York.
Good morning, my fellow New Yorker.
That young man that we need outside help with the election because of the interference. The PNP has enough to win, but of course, obstruction will come the way. But that's not really why I'm calling. There's a whole lot of things going on. According to you, Mr. Rattigan, you diplomatically put it that Jamaica is content rich. But the reality is that Jamaica corrupt and thief and wicked. That's what content rich really means. Anyway, my point. I am very concerned, and I have not been able to move from this fact that was brought to our attention, that 77% of the people in Jamaica are having a hard time finding food to eat. I have not been able to reconcile. So we want people to come out there and march and all of that. That's all very true. But when people hungry, they can't go march and people can't learn, Mr. Rattigan. And then when you put the fear factor, you have a prime minister and a minister of justice that is warning people to meet their maker.
Look, caller, listen. Those are some very strong points. I must admit, and so.
But Mr. Rattigan, in all fairness, I know we have a multifaceted list of things to do, but the reality is that. How do we ignore people being hungry? Isn't there something we can do?
Well, that's where I was going. Like I said, the points you have raised, they're valid and they're concerning, and I agree with you.
There
The
must be
question,
something we can do, Mr.
well,
Rattigan.
that's where I'm going now.
We
What
can't
can
go
we
to our
do?
bed and sleep.
But let me ask you.
One that people cannot eat, Mr. Rattigan. This is something that we have to do outside of the government.
All right.
And
So,
we should work with Isaac and all those people to get it done. And it does not mean that we're going to put money into those exploiters in Jamaica who are selling the people food and stuff at overpriced values. We must be able to do something. Even if we want to get some food and stuff and get it going in, maybe they wouldn't charge us so much for customer, whatever. But something has to be done. We cannot skip over the fact that it wasn't us, it was an external body that is telling us that we picnic are dead for hungry in our yard. We don't know, Mr. Rattigan. You're in your house, Mr. Rat. You don't know that your child are dead for hungry, Mr. Rattigan. How does it look? How does it feel?
like I said, I can't argue with you.
Mr. Rattigan, we cannot step over this. We cannot drive around this big, dirty, stinking pothole. There must be something I can do. I don't know what it is, but all I am telling you is this.
All right.
There are many things happening, and I listen to everybody, and I appreciate everything you guys do. But in my heart of heart, Mr. Rattigan, it is just weighing heavily on me. We have to do something, please.
All right. Let me tell you what we can do. If you look on the screen right now, you see a GoFundMe site.
Yes.
ISAT is trying his level best to educate the people out in his
Yes, Mr. Rattigan, I'm all for that, and I will do that. You're dismissing me, man. Please don't do that.
No, I'm not dismiss you.
Yes, man. No, man. We have to do something about it, Mr. Rattigan. Mr. Rattigan, we can walk and chew, but we can do that and still do this. Come on, man.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question. What do you propose we do?
I don't know. I am telling you that there's something about me. And we need to do something about it. Are you not hearing me? Am I not making myself clear? If I'm not, I apologize. But I am so overcome by this.
Caller. I caller.
Think straight.
Chris, well, maybe you're not thinking straight. Maybe. Hold on a second. Chris, have something to say. Chris, go ahead.
I caller. So you see when we talk about.
Go ahead, Chris.
Yes, it's when we talk about things like being represented like in the Senate and so when we talk about being represented in the Senate.
I'm not hearing Chris.
Yeah, you Mr. Rattigan?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I'm hearing you, Mr. Rattigan.
But you're not hearing me?
You're not hearing Chris?
No, I'm not, but I'm hearing you very clearly.
All right, Chris, go ahead. I'll transfer the message.
Yeah. This is why when we talk about the importance of the diaspora having a say, because at the end of the day, we can make concerted, not even just concerted, but directed efforts. So for example, things like Jamaican and ambulance and thing I like that. We have an inadequacy of certain things. If people up here want to contribute and say we shouldn't have pay like taxes and to come back to help the government and like say your private thing. When we have a say in things, then we can enact change. Right? So like even with this when you have the power.
Yes, I'm here.
What did he say?
No, he's talking about the voice of the diaspora. He's saying that we need to. I guess Chris is referring to like what, Chris, like the seats in the Senate or something like that.
Yeah, because all right.
I'm talking about hungry people. You see what I'm saying?
No,
there are many things that that are at a crisis.
All right, who's going to feed the people right now?
And then we can still do those things. We are not limited to just doing one thing at a time, Mr. Rattigan.
No, that's not what I'm trying to say, Carla.
You're very proficient. You have expanded yourself. You have not stayed in one place. You're a retired FBI agent who is now a practicing attorney. No, we can do more than one thing at once. All I'm saying to you is, all right, just think about it. You don't have to come up with a magical solution. I am saying to you, I'm beseeching you. I am weighing on your wisdom and everyone else who is listening. We need to come up with a good solution to help our Jamaican poor people to eat. Everybody's skipping over it. And I'm saying to you, You cannot expect much from hungry people, Mr. Rattigan. They have given up, them too weak, then too this, then too sick, then too. You understand what I'm saying to you?
Yeah.
So on one break, we are here campaigning and asking the people to do stuff. And the people that are dead for hungry, Mr. Rattigan.
All right. Here's what happened. There's a soup kitchen on Maxfield Avenue.
Right.
I think it's called Grace So Amazing, I believe the name of it.
Okay.
All right. Would you be willing to support that? Because we have supported them and they continue to feed the hungry in that part.
Of course, what I'm trying to say to you is this. It cannot be just limited to one space. We have to. I am asking you for a 14 parish solution.
But there's something in every parish that does this.
Don't overtax yourself. I don't expect you to come up with a solution, right? I just want you to put it on your list of things to do. That's all I'm asking.
Right. And here's what happened. The Grace So Amazing Kitchen, they're expanding. So they start out small and they're expanding.
All beautiful. But I am asking you and everybody else who is listening, I'm asking Isaac, Ishmael, and the other young man, if all of us could really give it some thought so we can come up with more or less a 14 parish solution. Everybody down there are dead for hungry. 77% is more than 3/4, Mr. Rattigan. I mean, I guess I'm trying to make people take this more seriously. You know, there are so many traumatic things happening in Jamaica that people just try to get through the day. I don't want anyone to think that I'm accusing them of not having feelings. Because everybody have to live their life and we have so many things to do each day. I am just asking everyone if we could just sit down and think about this. Let us really think about it. Let us not even be reactive. Let us be meditative and come up with a way to make the people them know, say, listen, we here so no hungry. We want to do something that will put little nourishment in our belly because there's a lot of things going on, Mr. Rattigan. When people hungry, Mr. Rattigan, something has to be done to feed the people. Are you there?
I'm listening to you. I'm letting you finish.
No, I don't know. I know I'm coming down on you, and God know you're overworked and you're so tired. So many times I see you in the programs, and I know you want to go to your bed, but you're such a good soldier. Mighty God, you're such a good soldier. If people only know, just looking at you some of the times, I said that man is tired. You know, that man wants to go sleep, but it's like you're giving the Jamaican people your all. So in as much as I am saying that 77% of them are dead for hungry nutritionally, informationally, and the love that you have for Jamaican people, you feed them in your own way. Okay? So I just want to commend you for that.
All right. Thanks
But I just want to let you know, Mr. Rattigan, it doesn't sit well with me at all. There must be something we can do.
Okay, no problem. All right.
All right? And continue to do what you're doing because your heart is in the right place, and that one ingredient is enough for success. Whatever you do, you are going to experience success because your intentions are pure.
All right. Listen, I have your number. What I'm going to do is
I'm
going to link you with
Well, remember, whoever you link me with, me want a 14 parish link. In other words, the people down there must get in touch with somebody else who's doing something similar. I want this thing to be a 14 parish. We need somebody to go out there and scout the ground and find out who the people that are dead for the real people. My intentions are pure. I want people who genuine about this thing and not just a turnover and a feel-good thing. I want this to transcend into 14 parishes, mister. In other words, if we get people like you, me, and other people with pure intention, the food will reach the right mouth of the right people.
Okay. All right.
I'm asking you for a targeted request. Generalize at all. It's very specific, Mr. Rattigan.
No problem.
All right?
Answer that down.
And get some sleep and rest up yourself because we need you, we need you, we need you. And after that, we need you some more.
All right. Thanks so much.
All right?
All right. Take care now.
All the best to you now and take care.
All right. Bye bye. Listen, the caller is saying that we need to feed the hungry people in Jamaica because she's saying that the genesis of the problem is food security, hunger. Hungry picnic can't learn. And she said what's going on is that people one is fear and two is that them hungry and them weak. Them can't come out and protest the way that they should because them just don't have them spirit broken and spirit is broken simply because they don't have enough victuals. Them not have things in them stomach, them not have the energy. And she's asking for well, to myself, root cause for hunger is corruption, and she's looking for a 14 parish solution. Now that's an ambitious project. It's not an impossible project. It's an ambitious project. I say ambitious because here's what happened now. You have some people who will say, let's start with one community in a parish and let's start from there because to do something that's going to be nationwide, it's going to require a hell of a lot of planning and you're going to have
a lot of money.
A lot of money and a lot of dedicated people to do it. But you can start out small and then you can establish satellites all over the country. So I don't know what the answer is.
Yeah.
But at least
I think she misinterpreted what I was saying. Because what I was saying is that with Jamaica's reputation for corruption, right? She's here, member of the diaspora. It's gonna take dollars, right? Who you gonna send the dollars to? If at the end of the day, we have no legal right to in terms of auditing the funds and all of that stuff. We need the representation. The point I was making is that we need representation because then the diaspora can make concerted and pointed efforts on things because we're not there. We're not there. So you could have raised $1 billion US if it's the same regime. It just go there and then give them 100,000 US and then keep the balance.
Right.
And you still gonna have hungry belly.
Right. And OT put in the chat that the corruption is the root of all of this because if the government was doing what it was elected to do in terms of stabilizing the economy, food security, etc., you wouldn't have hungry people, and yet still the government will run out now and say, well, right now, the economy is doing well, and like the last caller said, if you have 70% of the people hungry, then what I tell you about why the economy is doing well, it tells you that there is slave labor. That's what that tells me, slave labor. Because remember, Jamaica doesn't produce anything. Jamaica doesn't manufacture nothing. We
do manufacture. It's in such small quantity, don't count.
Right, and if you look at the trade deficit, it's in the billions. So we know, and this idea.
The thing about Jamaica too is also that you have a company, and you go to any lengths to keep because Jamaica has a monopoly culture. One man, one woman, one done. Jamaica's culture doesn't foster competition.
Right, monopoly fosters monopolies. Yeah, you're right.
So one giant rice, he might do everything in them power to keep the next one down. And there's more than enough for two or more. But
yeah. And so it's like, okay, it's like the story with the dike and it'll leak all over and you put a finger here and it'll leak and you put another. You only have so many fingers, right? And so many hands. And the idea of doing a 14 parish solution, like I said, while it's commendable, I don't know at this point in time if it's doable because what it's going to require also is going to require a united diaspora if the help is coming from us, and the diaspora is not united because It's to some degree, and some people say to a large degree, people are separated based on party affiliation.
which
You know,
which goes back to what I'm saying. You see that everybody gets so fixated on. Sometimes we get so fixated on JLP versus PNP that we get hoodwinked. We really get hoodwinked. And trust me when I tell you, like they are not as divided as you think. The care
you
where
mean
them go and them rally.
the
Huh?
diaspora?
No, the political parties in
Oh, the
Jamaica,
parties. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay.
they're not as divided as you think they are. Their children go to the same prep schools. Them go to the same this. They know each other. The JP people they call is Uncle PNP and vice versa. It's not as divided as you think.
Well, let me share a story with everybody. And we're running out of time. We have 6 more minutes to go. Let me just share a story with everybody. You know, when I was growing up in Waterhouse, there's a gully bank that separated the section of Waterhouse where I live from Tower Hill. And Tower Hill, on that side of the gully bank is JLP, on this side of the gully bank is PNP. And I've seen people who went to school, they took sides and they became enemies. I've seen relatives, brothers, one decides him to support that side and become enemies. And we were led to believe that we are fight for the politicians and that we have to fight for the politicians in order to fight for ourselves because the politicians are going to make things easy for us, right? And this was a story being fed to us. I'm a brethren Tigo list, and him have some stories where he can tell you about some politicians. I won't name the names right now. Or some of our people on our side, I actually watched them got killed. And then when the politicians show up and the guys are on our side, I said, boy, we need some guns because the man they have bigger guns because the thing. Him said, no, more people over here so I have to dead first before me can get the guns and for go now. Right? That's the environment I grew up in. Fast forward decades later, because we are saying, boy, we are fight for them politicians there because blah, 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 blah. And again, people, I'm not taking an opinion on this. This is just my story I'm relating to you. Fast forward decades later, I happen to have a friend who live uptown, Stony Hill. And when I go uptown and I visit my friend and I walk into the place, I say JLP politicians and I say PNP politicians. And my friend was a PNP hardcore supporter who actually did some work with Portia, right? And I said to her, I said, well, on there. No, Mr. So-and-so that, yeah. And the one that, no, Mr. So-and-so, yeah. And the one, no, PNP, and JLP, yeah. And I said, then all them insiders so and talk and eat and carry on and things like that. And she said to me, say, I saw the game play. I saw the game play. And I said, but we don't just fight for them people. Yeah. And I'm a come up person and look, and she said, just like you said, Chris, she said to me, say, you have to understand that these people, them join the same country club. They've got the same school. Got the
same lodge.
The same lodge. Them kids got the same school. And in fact, there's one couple where the husband is JLP,
and the
wife is PNP.
And that's what we call edging the bets. That's what we call edging the bets.
I went to several of these parties and I just couldn't believe it. And me and my brethren go there. A brethren of mine from Waterhouse, now call on him. I will go, and I look upon him and I say, brethren, you see what I go on here, so? And him said, well, the people them down so that would know say this go on, that we have fight for people who are united. And when them come down God knows whether the house name is whatever the parliament there. When them come down there, them put on a show. I mean, that is what me hear. But what me say was the people them come together and them party together, them laugh together, them play domino together, them eat together, and them live in the same neighborhood. That is my experience, people. That is what I saw.
And they grieve together. Listen, it's not just they're not just mere acquaintances. I'm telling you, it's a
But having said that, still though, having said that, I do believe that some of them they have the people's interest at heart, no matter where them come from, right?
this is true.
I do believe that, and that some of them it's just that the ones that I saw, and I saw quite a few of them, you know, I probably shouldn't feel away there, but I felt that way. I felt betrayed, and that's because of my upbringing. Because I was led to believe that them people over there, so even though we're related to some of them, and we used to go to school with some of them,
You see too much funeral. You privy to too much funeral. That's why it hurt you so much. It hurt you so much because it's personal for you. It's just business for
yeah,
them.
yeah. It was. It just never sit right with me. I was very, very shocked because I was expecting that just like down so when you go up so the PNP them over there so and the JLP them over there so, and when I went up there I saw something completely different. I saw a united community, and I
If you
came
ever
from
notice when they talk about violence in Jamaica, the care who you said, you notice them have a clear demarcation. It depends on where you live and where you are and where your run-ins and your ins and goings and so forth. So you see, until the whole country under threat, where everybody know enough feel safe, them don't have it. I tell people all the time, and the people serve self-interest. Your self-interest can be whatever, but people ultimately serve self-interest. So if it's whether your self-interest is to, I want to see Jamaica better, and that make you move, and that move your need, but it's your self-interest that. You
yeah,
get what I'm
and
saying?
right, and the funny thing is right, and I know it's because of my affiliation and my accomplishments in life why I'm able to to traverse this terrain with people from every party. I can talk to them and it's not a problem, right? Because I've come to realize that what you see is not really what you're seeing.
Mask, man.
It's not what you see. What you're seeing is not really what you're seeing. And like I said, and there are people listening to the program right now who go through the hell with me. There are people listening to this program right now who go through the hell with me. Me go through which part them me have to run away from Waterhouse when the war start. Me have to run away and run go on Maxwell Avenue go live. Right? And that was the second time me have to, well the first time I never run away, but go, them send me go Maxwell Avenue for a different reason. But in a 76 me have to run away and go Maxwell Avenue. And people me know, most of the people me know, them dead. Most of the people me know dead are in a prison, but a lot of them died during that political era, that era which part politics it just divide everybody and just and so when I saw it, I'm telling you people, telling you, my mind, I was so brainwashed that you look on them people across the gully and you don't see them as people. You don't see them as people. And likewise, they've never see we as people like that. Even though some of them people, I'm going to go school with them. Some of them related. We just never see it. And so when I go uptown and I saw the unity up there, it was confusing for me. Because the reason why we were separated downtown was because of these people. And it was confusing. I hope things have changed because we're talking decades ago. I'm just hoping that things have changed. And again, I don't speak for everyone. This is just my little slice of the story. And I do believe that there are some politicians there that they have the people's interest at heart. They went in to serve and they've provided good service. Some of those who have served and moved on. And I believe that you have some people there still in the parliament. You have some people in the parliament today who their interest is the public's interest.
Everybody can't be bad. But at the same
No.
time, you remember Serpico?
Yes, I remember Serpico.
Everybody can't be bad. But it's when you decide to you pick it up on yourself, so you're going, for whatever reason, you're going to enact change. I don't necessarily believe, I'd be lying if I tell you that I genuinely believe that everybody got into politics with the intention of to fleece. No, that's not what I'm saying. But when you go in there now and you see the landscape, and it's like you're a police officer and the whole police station corrupt, and you come in as a man of the law. It's a dangerous position you put yourself in.
You know, Chris, them said donkey said the world on a level. And it's true. It's so true. Because
It's a
another thing that
dangerous position.
yeah,
And then now, them people don't know the inside, them know your pressure points. Them know where your wife work, them know where you live, where you pick them go school. It's the world. That's why I even said to what I said. I don't necessarily believe the icon just a sit down upon him with him legal representation for 2 years.
yeah,
Them page him, show him a vibe, and the vibe just never go. Oh, it forgot.
right.
That's my opinion. In case both or anybody should see this, that's just my opinion. Because there's no way, there is no way I'm gonna go owe me even 12,000 US dollar. I'm gonna just forget
No,
about it. I'm
yeah.
gonna do something about it for 2 years.
Yeah. Hey,
Some deal right, and it
yeah.
backfire.
The garden, the go on, you know, the Riverton. Me say they come a Riverton, come look crabbing and go through the dung leaf, you know, yeah, man, I might place that too. Yeah. Another thing that really shocked me was growing up in a Waterhouse and see your police. I mean, when police are coming up, we have to run, you know. You sit up on a corner, you have to, and if you sit down, I mean, see people get beaten, box up, and all kind of things, you know, right? Just because them just stand up on a corner. And that was my environment. And I went to primary school in a Waterhouse, and that is when me say. Now, when I went to Meadowbrook, I was completely shocked because when we go to Meadowbrook and say, oh, the police them conduct their business up in a Meadowbrook, you're right, Meadowbrook, Avondale, completely different. Man, hang out pan corner up, that things police just drive by and wave and that's it. No
And you
check.
see, and let me tell you something. Having had the privilege of living in Kingston 11 and Kingston 8, I can tell you this, right? But because the both properties there was always in the family. May I go back and forth between them from a barn, right? It's just when I reach a certain age, but that's fully the uptown. But let me tell you something. You see, when you're there uptown, you don't even see the police as a threat like that. As in, you know them can do things, but you don't have that innate. Let me pull up on the police foot and observe and protect, and the environment of me in foster that, where I can, officer, literally, I'm last one. My interaction with them different, and I don't know if, as a result of that, them used to being seen as the enemy. When I deal with them on a level, or what, when I say me, I don't mean literally me one, but my surroundings. Them it's a different interaction. We're all human beings, and at the same time, I have been in the garrison enough time, and police come, and even though my there on a level, just because I want my there, I talk to them different than when the uptown. And reality of the police thinks of the garrison are them enemy, and the garrison thinks of the police are them enemy.
Yeah, man. Deegan, that was Sander can say, you probably know Wallager then. But I tell you, man, it rough and so thank God that I've been exposed to, you know, the garrison and the suburbs, you know, and so I could compare and contrast, albeit, you know, it was confusing in the beginning because I couldn't understand why is it that, you know, the police would beat up people, kick people. Mr. Mal kick a pregnant woman in her belly one time, you know, right? Who got dance and me witnessed this with my eyes. I mean, the police them drink and them just come out of the bar and them just say, boy, we're gonna beat some people now, you know, and them just see up on the corner, them just beat and flinging at the truck, you know, and up in a Meadowbrook, you don't see that happen. I couldn't understand that, and then I you know, I was at an impressionable age, couldn't understand what going on, And likewise when we are the war are going or the politicians them, and then when you go uptown and you see them sit down and them are carry on and them have a good time and things like that. It was difficult, and it has seared. Those incidents are seared in my head. I can never forget them. And that's one of the reasons why I sit here at night time. And the caller said, "Why am I forget some rest and things like that?" But caller, you're right. I'm supposed to get some rest, but then again, you can't rest when there's work to be done. Because when we look back and see them people behind me, which part the picture behind me, people down this are suffer like it go to stand. The 70% we should talk about, I say it go on. Places like right, I say it go on. When you say 70% now, you get a proper nutrition for go out in bed. Them people will have to take care. And that's why I sit down right there. So because we want to hold government accountable. Because, ma'am, caller, with all due respect, you say them hungry, but if you peel the layer back and you go back and you see that, why are they hungry? Why? Why are they hungry? And why is it that, figure this out, why are they hungry and why are the politicians getting 300 p increase? How you square that? People are dead for hungry, but the politicians then get 300 p increase. 3 trillion unaccounted for. Not to mention all the other incidents of corruption going on. So I think we have to, Peter Cops. Kezia, Peter. All right, cool. So, and JPO, man. Kezia, I'll take my back now. Come on, firehouse deals, Yeah, so, and in fact, we talk about JPOG. Well, actually, my name, we talk about JPOG last night or the night before we talk about JPOG on a program. But no, it was Sunday. Me that talk to Raleigh from Jedi Dread Band about JPOG. JPOG himself gave him first 3. JPOG was an engineer over at Tubby's, and him gave him first 3 rhythms so him could have produced some music. But boy, Chris, I tell you, we could have just go on and on and on and on, and it comes back to corruption. Because if the money was spending the way the money was supposed to spend in terms of developing industries, investing in your people, we wouldn't have the problem where we have. We wouldn't have a unemployment rate which is 6%, although them tell us it's 3 point something. I lie. And we are going to show them the lie. We are going to show them the lie this Saturday. We are going to show them where Cliff Hughes try to get starting to say that it is the lowest unemployment in the history of Jamaica. And the woman tell himself, Gwe is a completely different system we're using. So you can't compare them. It's apples and oranges. You can use this one as a benchmark going forward, but you can't use it to compare what was, 2 years ago. You can't do it. So we're going to play all of that and show now. And again, people, no hungry, but you're not only hungry for food, physical food, hungry for mental food. So you can understand what's going on. Because what good is it if we can feed you and quench your thirst, satisfy your hunger, but you have nothing up here, and people still are leading you around. Like
direction more important than speed,
There you go.
There you go. So
there you go. Well,
on that
folks,
note, I've heard, man.
Never leave now, people. So Chris, thanks for coming by. We want to thank SF, Isaac, Ishmael, and Dr. Ben. We want to thank all of the callers, them. And we want to thank you in the chat for providing, the guidance, providing the questions, providing the interest. Because without you, this thing can't go anywhere.
All right, man. Take care.
Take care, everybody. See you soon. All right.